sustainable island communities. This workshop will be organized in 3 sessions. First one, I'm sorry, could you please switch off the microphone? Okay. The workshop will be organized in 3 sections. The first one will be moderated by me, Chiara Berau from Cagliari University, and there will be 3 speeches. And the second one will be moderated by Anastasia Strategea from the National Technical University of Athens, and the third one will be moderated by Paola Zamperlin from University of Pisa. I'm really happy to start this workshop because we will speak about Ireland and also about the structural problems of the island in general, but also of the structural problems of the context that are similar problem of the island, such as the internal areas. So it's also interesting to see that in this workshop people from different sectors wanted to propose their idea and their suggestion for improve the idea of island in general. So I will start to present the first speaker of today, Dionisia Cuzzi, that wrote the paper with Anastasia Strategea, and she will present the paper entitled Leveraging Underwater Cultural Heritage Potential for Smart and Sustainable Development in Mediterranean Island. The floor is yours, Dionisia. Dionisia, switch on the microphone, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now perfect.
Okay. Can you see also the presentation?
The presentation, not yet. Okay, now yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chiara, for the introduction. I also want to welcome you all to this interesting session. This work is part of a series of research work related to my master thesis and as well as my current PhD in collaboration with Professor Anastasia Strategea, the co-author of this paper. And it is related to the current trends in tourism industry, placing tourism and in particular culture as the main comparative advantages of insular and remote regions. In fact, in combination with ICT developments, the complex culture, tourism, and ICT is considered as a driving force for sustainable development. In this paper, a special focus is being given to touristic activities related to World War I and II events, and especially a new alternative form of tourism, the one of maritime battlefield tourism, raising the interest for underwater cultural heritage. I will use the UCH for now on to shorten the word, and maritime spatial planning. Along these lines, we focus on UCH management for achieving smart and sustainable heritage-led development.
Sorry, we see just the first, okay.
Okay. Maybe there is a delay. Along these lines, we focus on UCH management for achieving smart and sustainable heritage-led development, asking if there are ICT and non-ICT barriers for rendering land and maritime cultural heritage as a developmental pillar for insular regions. Taking into account the remarkable and numerous cultural and natural resources related to World War I and II, and the yet unexplored and unexploited potential existing, the insular regions of the Mediterranean are selected as the study region of this work. Imagine the UCH potential exists in the region if there are over 1,061 World War II shipwrecks only the Aegean Sea, covering in fact only this part of the whole region. Although UCH locations are not fully explored, there are already some significant examples of popular diving spots in the Mediterranean, attracting visitors from all over the world and not only divers. Some of these examples are the Donator in France and the SS Boutigala, one of the biggest wrecks in the Mediterranean, located in Greece, near Kea Island. UCH management, protection, sustainable exploitation is a multidimensional issue linked to a number of policy directions concerning culture, tourism, society, and the marine environment at all spatial planning levels, from international, European, and national. International level policy directions are given mainly through the UNESCO, especially through the 2001 Convention on the Protection of UCH, where definitions, ownership, and protection directions are drawn. In European level, special interest is placed at the role of culture as a developmental pillar, revealing the comparative advantage of cultural tourism as a driving force and the role of cultural governance. Special focus is given to the marine environment, also an intriguing theme as according to European studies, as the ocean and seas are the main resources to be used in the future for food, energy, tourism, recreation, and many more uses. Passing to the core of this work, we examine the particular multiple role of ICT tools, which enable the collection of the empirical knowledge derived from the local community, the better and the fruitful interaction between decision makers, planners, and local stakeholders, integration of valuable cultural, historical, and spatial information, the active public participation and the digitization of the planning process, giving rise to the e-planning and e-participation, and also for promoting purposes bridging the gap between tourism supply and demand. In this respect, the role of ICT is traced from the very beginning of this exercise, including UCH tracking and geolocation, documentation and preservation, as well as to the process of place and cultural-based narrative building, which is the main focus of our work too. And finally, the destination marketing taking into account that tourism is a data-intensive economic sector, and at the same time, insular regions need to compete already famous destinations. In UCH management, community engagement has been recognized by significant policy documents such as the 2001 UNESCO Convention for UCH as an irreplaceable part in integrating cultural planning, delivering multiple benefits both for planning and decision making and for the community level. Some of these benefits are the collection of the empirical knowledge from the local community, the raising awareness and active involvement into the preservation process by enhancing the sense of ownership for the local community, the co-design, place, and human-centric narrative adjusted to local characteristics and visions, the setting up in collaborations with the decision makers and the planners, policy directions for UCH, sustainable exploitation related to their needs and expectations, and finally, the realization of the existing relationship and dynamic between the different cultural heritage elements to be included in the desirable integrated cultural plan. A representative example of such destinations can be presented by Leros Island in the Aegean Sea, for which we have already conducted a participatory e-planning exercise during my master thesis. Leros is an important World War II battlefield scene, placed in a great distance from the mainland, facing significant insularity drawbacks. The planning exercise included two thematically and spatially distinct alternative developmental scenarios, the one emphasizing on multiple cultural assets, and the second one emphasizing at the relationship of the island with the trajectories of the World War II. These scenarios were presented in a WebGIS platform. You can find more information in the link in the presentation. Unfortunately, the text is in Greek, but you can see the whole pictures and the mapping, so you can understand a bit more about this work.
We don't see the right transparency on this. Yeah, okay.
And these scenarios were distributed through the social media in order to gather opinions, expectations, and visions of the local community and collect the necessary information for our final goal. Based on the previous described UCH potential and from the knowledge generated from the aforementioned Leros example, a number of barriers are identified due to a series of reasons, such as aging population, lack of participatory culture, lack of ICT, and the low education profile, just to name a few. These barriers, to start with, is, for example, the silo approach, as maritime archaeologists are the main actors in protecting UCH, creating a significant gap for broader UCH exploitation. Furthermore, in combining spatial, historical, and cultural information database about UCH is missing. Maritime data is also essential, providing references to the status and quality of the water, as well as the potential risks for its protection. This risk is also endorsed by the lack of marine spatial plans, as incompatible to maritime uses can cause irreversible harm to UCH. There is also a lack of awareness and missing participatory mentality, pointing the need for more inclusive planning procedures. And finally, there is a significant gap in ICT available tools and the readiness of local community to absorb them in planning and participatory processes. Overall, our conclusions demonstrate that although there are over 3 million UCH sites worldwide, they still remain largely unexplored and unprotected, which set them at risk by human and natural factors. This indicates underwater cultural heritage management as a new challenge and a weak planning problem for decision makers and planners. This is a need for a more integrated and interdisciplinary approach in land and maritime management, heritage management, in order local communities to respond to this changing environment. In this respect, UCH owns a significant potential as heritage elements, strongly connected with local histories, offering new opportunities for achieving smart and resilient local development, capable of coping with insular-led barriers, while this is also benefited by the potential and opportunities occurred by the use of ICT. In fact, significant barriers are found at data collection, an irreplaceable process from the very beginning. In this case, ICT tools are an essential means for creating integrated spatial and historical heritage information, which will lead to the creation of UCH narratives. In this way, we conclude that UCH management as a demanding task calls for community engagement, especially in unfolding UCH narratives for achieving sustainable goals adjusted to local needs and expectations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dionisia, for your presentation, for your really interesting presentation. We will move the question at the end of all presentations, and now I introduce you the second speaker, Francesco Scorza, that will present us polycentrism and insularity metrics for in-island areas.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see.
Anastasia, good morning.
You are in the sea? Good morning.
Okay. So, this paper regards a part of a research that we developed at our laboratory concerning polycentric analysis of the structure of Basilicata region. But the idea is to propose the polycentric approach as a way to measure insularity inside inland area, because the starting hypothesis is that of course an island is a peculiar geographical identification. No, it's so clear that you live in an island because you live insularity, you have problems in accessibility, you have many issues that are so different from continental infrastructure system and urban structure. But can we assess insularity in non-island territories? This is the question of this research. Because insularity effects may represent a demand for development in continental areas, may represent the condition of those territories which are so far from main centers of development that suffers a similar condition of insularity, of island areas. And therefore they need specific support for spatial development and spatial planning in order to cover this gap. But first of all, we have to question about how to measure this gap. Insularity effect may be described by such common features. For instance, inadequate level of quality of life, not comparable with continental and metropolitan territories, marginality and remote accessibility of the land, and unequitable distribution of opportunities for the residents. Those are the main components that, linked with the lack of accessibilities, could be the driver to measure insularity effect in continental territories. So our approach goes in the direction to adopt quantitative analytics in order to identify this phenomenon. And our case study area is Basilicata region, which is in the south of Italy, and it is a lagging region according to European classification. So it is a remote area, quite far from the main metropolitan structure of southern Italy, and so suffering a general effect of periphery in the south of Italy. But especially inside Basilicata region, there are other smaller part of the region that are weakest and leaves worst situation concerning accessibility and so on. So first of all, we have 3 steps of analysis. The first was defining polycentric territorial model for describing Basilicata region. And with some statistical approach, we identified the 4-level hierarchy for the Lucanian municipalities, for Basilicata region municipalities. After that, we interpreted the settlement dynamics in these areas, looking at the distribution of services and infrastructure and facilities, and especially identifying the stock of services and facilities in specific municipalities as an indicator of the quality of life for the citizens, for the resident citizens. And after that, through an accessibility analysis, we define the polycentric geography of Basilicata, and the insularity maps comes as the complementary part of these polycentric geographies. It means that includes those areas that are so far from the main centers of providing services and infrastructures that could be considered as an island inside the territory. Basilicata region is one of the most one of the Italian region with the lowest population density, 56 inhabitants per square meters, and it is affected by a development delay, a structural development delay linked to the lack of infrastructure, to the problems in the accessibility of the territory, and therefore the lack of opportunities concerning jobs and services for inhabitants. Many indicators concerning census data was considered in the analysis, but I don't go in details. One of the very interesting layers that we adopted in order to study this effect is the spatial distribution of services and infrastructures in Basilicata region. We developed this map in previous studies, and for instance, we included more than 17,000 of instances describing more than 10 categories of services and facilities for local communities, according to a specific identification of the places where those facilities are located. So we have a detailed map concerning this system. After that, we adopted the principal component analysis technique in order to combine, to manage a multivariable system for the analysis of the statistical variables. We included more than 192 variables in the systems. I don't go in details again to describe that, but are variables concerning the availability of specific categories of services and infrastructures, variables concerning demographic structures, variable concerning labor market, and so on. So statistical data concerning the structural, the description of the structural consistency of each municipalities in Basilicata. At the end, we had a hierarchy of 4 level of centers in Basilicata. The first class regards the main centers of Potenza and Macera, which are the 2 capitals of the provincial districts in Basilicata. And then the other municipalities are grouped according to this classification. As you can see in these images, the structural hierarchy of the municipality is described by the shapes. We have the circular shapes identifying the first level hierarchy center in Basilicata. The square represents the second level, and the triangles the third level centers. It means that those centers where services, rare services are located. So we identify some basins of demand for those services according to an accessibility analysis. Especially in these maps are represented those areas that are far from the main centers in a time of traveling around 45 minutes. Okay, which is the maximum thresholds that we considered in order to define the gravitational areas of each centers, of each main centers. As you can see, there are some areas which are not colored. It means that that people who live in those areas are farthest than 45 minutes concerning accessibility time for the main structure of services of Basilicata. And in our view, those are a kind of territorial island of our region. It means that are sub-regions really weak in terms of service stock, and very far from those centers that in the region plays a role of providers for specific services. Which services, for instance, health, for instance, culture, for instance, main industrial sites, and main jobs offers aggregation. Okay, so the results obtained are quite useful for planning purposes, especially if you deal with European Regional Funds programs that address special resources for weakest region. So it's a way to identify in a regional structure the weakest area where additional funds for local development has to be addressed. So Basilicata region is characterized by structural gaps that in our view becomes the factor in order to identify the insularity effect in the region. Such approach is representative of a new planning development perspectives, because island pay a gap of connections and accessibility, and therefore needs extraordinary tools supporting territorial development. It is the case of national policies, for instance, in Italy, where Sardinia or Sicily or main other island received some special grants from national funds in order to cover this gap in accessibilities and so on. For instance, concerning traveling, there is the national continuity, which is continuità territoriale, that it's a measure that allows people resident in Sardinia, for instance, to pay less ticket of airplane connection with the rest of the country. Okay, further development of this research, part of going in details of the classification and improved methods of classification, could be the identification of sustainability threshold. No, in order to understand if such insularity effects, identifying specific subregions, may also be compared with the sustainability threshold that represents a way of understanding if those areas has still a chance for developing, for recovering structural gaps and trying to be competitive at regional level at least. This could be quite an interesting perspective in order to assess the smart approach in planning and development in such specific areas. Okay, thank you for your attention. And the question at the end, Chiara?
Yeah, at the end. So we can improve the discussion with all speakers. Thank you so much for your presentation, because in this way you can show us a different aspect of the structural problem that can be considered in isolated or fragmented territories. So thank you, Francesco. Now the next speaker is Massimo Di Francesco. He needs just a little presentation because he is associate professor in logistics. So we can see the structural problem of the island under another point of view. So the floor is yours, Francesco. The title of your presentation is A Service Network Design Problem for Freight Transportation in Port Cities.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me see. Do you hear me?
Yeah, but
okay.
my face.
Okay.
Okay, now it's perfect.
Okay. This is a joint work with some students, Denis Incolvo, Claudia Porco, and Simone Zanda. And this is the outline of my talk. My talk deals with freight transportation in cities. And this area of domain is called the city logistics. And owing to the scope of this workshop, I will focus on city logistics for port cities and islands. And I will describe the problem, both by using some words, but also using mathematics, a little bit of mathematics. I will also present a method, an algorithm for solving this problem, and some computational experiments, since ICCSA is also a conference on computation, and finally some research perspectives. Generally speaking, freight transportation and city living conditions are not a happy wedding. Freight transportation is a fundamental activity because stores need to be supplied and we must get rid of garbage. But freight transportation generates nuisances such as congestion, pollution, and there are some additional issues which impact more on the problem, that is the low inventory policies at depots, the time delivery requirements of customers. I know that most of you have Amazon Prime, just to understand each other, and it increasing your urbanization. And freight transportation has been subject to a relevant amount of research within human logistics, and advanced optimization methods have been developed for the logistics of individual stakeholders, such as carriers, shippers, terminals. And now the question is, can we develop advanced logistic methods for cities? This is the research area of city logistics, and the answer is yes, we can develop this tool. And the objective of city logistics is to plan the movement of freight in order to optimize the consolidation flows for different shippers in vehicles of different cars moving in the city. So pay attention to the terms optimize, because there is a we need to make some methodological development if we want to effectively address logistics using math, and we need to use math, and we need to put together the requirements of different stakeholders. And urban mobility managers are those who are in charge of planning city logistics on behalf of cities, and of course need to be supported by advanced optimization methods. This is the general scheme of classical city logistics. On the left side, there is a city with 4 major terminals. Assume that the city must be served by freight arriving from outside, and freight enter major terminals, and it is transshipped in vehicles which move freight to minor terminals, or called also satellites, because satellites consolidate the cargo in vehicles serving common or close destinations. And you will see in this picture some very simple paths starting from 2 satellites. On the right side, there is the classical city logistics, the modified city logistics scheme in the case of Port City, in which the major terminal is already in the city center, is the port. And of course, there is no possibility to open containers in ports because there is not room for that. And so the containers and trailers entering into ports need to be moved in satellites, and where containers are opened, and the load in containers are put in small vehicles that can enter in the city center. And so a mobility manager need to plan the routes, the paths of the freight and the vehicle moving the freight from satellites to final destinations. And so the objective of this problem is to determine the optimal paths of vehicle and slots from a given satellite to destinations from the viewpoint of a mobility manager. So the person in charge of plan the mobility of goods on behalf of the city. So each destination has a node demand of loads that must be served by vehicles, which have unitary costs and unitary capacities. And of course, each vehicle traversing an arc generates routing costs for the carrier, but also nuisance costs for the city. And each load traversing an arc generates destination-dependent transportation costs for the destination, of course, and also nuisance costs for the city. And the objective of this problem, which is called service network design, is to determine these paths such that all customers are served at a minimum cost. So all former costs must be minimized. And I will determine paths that are supposed to be open, and a customer can be served also by several vehicles. So we determine the objective is to determine the arc traversed by each vehicle and the load, and in order to minimize all costs, such that all loads must leave from the selected light. Each customer is served with his air loads. The loads for a customer K traverse all customers visited before K. Each vehicle is used at most once. If a vehicle just a customer, it will also leave from the customer, and the demo of a customer assigned to a route of a vehicle does not exceed the capacity of the vehicle. Now, the problem can also be written in mathematical terms, and the positive fact is that if you do that, you can solve it by an optimization solver and determine the optimal paths. However, this problem is difficult. This is a sketch of the kind of maths that one can use. I don't want just to impress you. My point now is to say that if you want to optimize a transportation service, you need to describe the service using maths, and then you need to solve that mathematical problem. Otherwise, you are just trying to improve your problem, but you're not optimizing the problem. Okay. And I will go back to this slide in the case of questions. But if since solving these problems from an using exact mathematical methods is very difficult, one can also develop approximate algorithms, that is, approximate optimization methods. And in this talk, in this research, we present an approximate method which is called taboo search. A taboo search is a procedure to guide a search of a local search algorithm. This is the scheme of the algorithm we propose in the paper. The idea is to build some random routes at the beginning and try to improve them by some local modifications by the local search algorithm. And at a given point in time, we cannot longer improve our solution, our paths, and we introduce the so-called taboo memories of the taboo search algorithm that disallow some specific movements. That is, if I cannot longer improve my paths, I need to move toward a worse solution, and I need to forbid to cycle back to the previous better visited solution. And I use for that taboo memories. So in this topic, there is a little bit of artificial intelligence too. And these steps are performed for a given number of iterations and for a given interval of time. This is how the local search algorithm works. In the top, consider that there are two paths of two vehicles denoted by V1 and V2. In the left side, there is a path from S to A and B. I move 3 loads for A and 4 units for B. And the path of vehicle V2 is described in the same way. In the local transformation I propose, I move 1 load for customer D in route V2 to in the position between node A and node B of route V1. So in the right side, you can see the modified solution. And if the solution produces a lower cost for the city, I can adopt this solution. And generally speaking, I can make many modifications of the solution. For example, I can also swap customers, as shown below. And I evaluate all possible moves and I take the best. And of course, one need to make some experimentation. For example, consider problem P7, instance P7 on the left side. This problem has 19 customers, 3 vehicles. I need to serve 212 customers, and by 250 transportation units of capacities. The problem can be solved, mathematically speaking, by an optimization solver in 1 hour. And but the best solution has been obtained in about 10 minutes, 630 seconds. And I can do the same, can get similar results by the best calibration of my taboo search algorithm, which is 0.8% far from the optimal solution obtained by the MIP solver. The positive point of the taboo search algorithm is that it can solve all instances. For example, it can solve instances with P12, P13, up to P16, which have more than 60 customers, whereas the exact optimization the optimization solver cannot do it because the problem is too difficult, computationally speaking. So, generally speaking, city logistics is an interdisciplinary research area. It's very challenging, which is intersection between mathematics, urban planning, artificial intelligence. And mobility managers need to set up city logistic plans in order to minimize the number of costs while trying to serve the request of freight. And there is limited research on city logistics for islands and for cities, and in this study we present an optimization problem and an approximate algorithm for solving this problem. The research is still in progress to quantify better noise and cost for the city. From the city viewpoint, I want to improve my algorithm, of course, and I want to face a full city logistic problem, which also includes the decision on selecting vehicles and selecting satellites. And generally speaking, the construction paths arise in many other problems of island communities, but I will stop at the moment, and I will talk about it in the case of questions according to the comments of the other speakers. That's all.
Thank you so much, Francesco. Massimo, I'm sorry, because the name of Massimo is Massimo Di Francesco, so I'm sorry. It's really interesting, your presentation, and also I completely agree with you with that city logistics is an interdisciplinary field. I have just a curiosity for you. Did you test before and after this methodology in city port?
I just generate artificial data because I was not able to get real data.
Okay.
It could be interesting.
Yeah. We can try to do that. So.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Could you are sharing your screen?
Okay. Sorry. Just stop. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Before all, do you have any question about all of the presentation?
Yes, madam, I would like to raise a question. One is for Francesco. I like very much this, let's say, transformation of the idea of insularity for a mainland area. My question is, I see islands in a very peculiar way. Is it the parallel that he presented for this area? He thinks that is the distance, I mean the location aspect. Is it policy inefficiency that creates this kind of insularity in a mainland area? Because I see, from my point of view, insular regions a bit different, a bit more difficult. So I think that in the mainland, if you have an efficient policy, regional policy, well-planned territorial networks, you can somehow handle it. But in an insular area, it's not the same. I mean, you have the barrier of the sea. Even if you have the best transportation means, frequency or whatever, you have to fight with weather conditions and so on. And also I have one question for Massimo. I will not go to the math transparency, Massimo. I was confused just by looking at it. But I have the following question. To my mind, there is a gap of communication between the city and the port. I mean, at least in Greece, there is a different administration for the port and for the city, and there is no interaction or connection or coordinated action of these two authorities. So you say you presented a very interesting way to optimize paths for vehicles and loads, which can be used by a mobility manager. But this mobility manager originates from the city or from the port, because I suppose you need some kind of infrastructure. Infrastructure is provided by the city, but is used by the port. So who is responsible in this way? I mean, this mobility manager who can use this optimal path comes from the city. I mean, the city has to take into account the needs and optimize the path so that the city is not overloaded from a transportation point of view. maybe it's the wrong question to you because you have presented and elaborated the model, but
okay.
Okay. So
I don't know if I can answer first. So the mobility manager comes from the city. So it must plan the paths, the movement of freight from the point of view of the city, but it doesn't mean that it is completely separate of the port from the port because it needs to interact with each other because the port is part of the city. So it needs to receive the requirements of ports in terms of, not only in terms of loads to be movements, but in terms of requirements of the service to be provided. And there is a lack of infrastructure. I totally agree on that. In fact, we are academics talking about future ways to plan, to make better plans for cities. And of course, there is a huge shortage of knowledge and infrastructure. Knowledge because infrastructure because mobility managers still don't know how exactly to deal with these problems. Okay, typically they collect data, but they're not able to plan. In my view, there is also a problem of a cultural problem. That is, in order to effectively make this plan, one needs to have a very interdisciplinary background, which goes from urban planning to mathematics to artificial intelligence. And it is very seldom, in my view, to observe this kind of backgrounds in our students. So we have our faults. We are responsible for this inability. And this is a challenge that we need to address.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Massimo. There is Liliana that wants to tell something.
I think that Malgorzata was first, so I would now leave the floor to her, and then I would, because I think she was before me.
Well, it's fine, Liliana, as you wish. Welcome, everybody. So I would like to ask a question to Francesca. I am not sure whether it's not too controversial, but my question is whether in case of insularity, as in Basilicata region, I absolutely understand that it's economy which rules here, and this lack of connectivity obviously has got the impact on the functioning of this area, but whether it shouldn't be, or perhaps it is, only it was not mentioned in this study, the values such as heritage, local culture, which might be preserved thanks to this insularity, which is on the one hand something negative because it hinders economy, but on the other hand it might, help stay in a way which might be valuable. I'm not saying it shouldn't develop, but perhaps this should take into account these local values. I just, I wanted to be a bit controversial here. So to Francesco, if he is still here.
Yeah, I am here, of course. I will try to give some just my point of view, not responses and so on. First, Malgorzata. Malgorzata, yes, we generally assess that inland areas where people are few, resident people are very low in our regions, generally are connected with extraordinary values in concerning natural landscape or some ancient tradition or tradition that comes from the past. That in our point of view, of course, represents a huge value to preserve. So insularity could be a good strategy for preservation, of course, because if you stop the connection, or not stop, but if you make the connection not easy, is a kind of a way to preserve contamination, to preserve exchanges, to preserve previous values that are connected to that place. And we can agree on this, of course. My approach was oriented to focus the development perspectives, because many times we thought and we declare and we inform people that preservation means development. We can say yes, it's true, but under some conditions, no? Because such development is not comparable with the development that we may expect in metropolitan areas, in agglomerations, in industrial agglomeration, and so on. So we can also say that you may expect some development, but not comparable with what people need in order to decide to remain in these inland, island territories, continental territories, and this is still an open question. Urban planning still not provides solutions, or I may say, it's a question connected with sustainability of the processes and of development. So it is so complex. My idea, Anastasia, was of course a provocation, a way to say that insular effect, that means isolation, but means, of course, the barriers of the sea, means many conditions that you mentioned before, may express similar issues, even if you are not in an island, but you are in an internal area. Similar issues. Of course, the solution has to be different, Solution has to be different. But probably common indicators could reinforce common policies, Common policies that may allow us to identify effective models and even not models, but a way of act in those regions. So procedure and operational approach that could be useful in order to afford those problems. Liliana, you want to ask something?
Yes, also I would like to ask you. Actually, for me, this is very interesting because we have done this with the help of the World Bank, this lagging regions analysis. So I'm wondering, I would just try to be short because we are running out of time. Is it identified as lagging income or lagging growth, the Basilicata and the region? And also, have you tried this to test, because you said you used 192 variables? Have you tested with some leading region if there is around Basilicata? Yeah, I have another question, but for Massimo. Francesco?
Very short. Yes, Basilicata is a lagging region both for growth and income. Income because we are again in the convergence objective, and the growth because we have structural weaknesses concerning growth. Of course, this analysis should be conducted in a wider territorial framework, because these insularities doesn't depend on the administrative borders, but maybe not depending on the territorial morphological condition and infrastructural assets and so on. So the idea to enlarge the case study, including more than one region, is of course a way in order to demonstrate and to make better comparisons between the results achieved in Basilicata and the results that we may achieve if we extend the scope.
Yeah,
I hope I said something.
Yeah. Thank you. Because we also identify both the leading and the lagging region, both the lagging in the income and the growth. So maybe it would be nice to repeat that, to try also here, because accessibility is and connectivity is an important problem for this insulation effect. But just for the Massimo, I saw that in that model they still leave the authors the more distribution centers. I remember there was one study and actually the practical example in Sweden. So they also use this shared logistics, in order, to decrease the cost and to decrease the pollution. So have they been thinking, because there is still between the port and the distribution centers, there is this fight. Have they been thinking maybe to test, if they have only one distribution center, to leave one of those, or maybe to have one near the port, and then to test, the model and to see how they could optimize the route and to share the logistics to the customers. Maybe Massimo.
Massimo, the microphone. Okay.
Thank you for the question. City logistics need to be faced at different levels. Your questions arise at the strategical level, that is, which satellites must I select in order to perform the distribution for a given planning horizon, that is 1 year, 2 years, and then next maybe I can change my plans, maybe because I observed that it was not effective, or the observed distribution was different than expected. So it is important to perform this strategical analysis, and in order to select the best facilities, their location, their capacities, and in my view, it's very important to share the knowledge on the service to be provided among several carriers. That is, if I order a package by Amazon, and my neighbor do the same, and we are served by two different carriers, we are not optimizing. And that this missing optimization arises from a missing communication in the system. Okay, that's why it's important to view freight transportation at a city level instead of a carrier level. Okay.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that would be it. It would take much more, of course. Yes, this is a strategic way of thinking, and then because you have still the different carriers, then it's going to maybe include also some mergers and acquisition between the carriers and everything.
I feel there is much room for improvement in the share of knowledge, or the data sharing, rather than in the location of satellites. Typically because one doesn't have much choices. That is, the space of the city is very constrained.
Yeah.
You don't have much room for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, the topic is very relevant.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you to all of you. I have the unpleasant task to stop all of you, because now we'll start the second slot of this workshop, of the workshop of smart and sustainable island communities. I had some question to Dionysian, but maybe we can move later, because we don't have time now. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chiara. Thank you all. See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, thank you. We will continue right now, Chiara.
2 minutes. We have 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Do we have all our presenters of this second session here? I mean, Jota, I think Jota is here, Giulia, Flavio, and Valeria.
Yes, I'm Flavio. Good morning.
Here?
I'm here.
Yes, I'm here.
Great, great.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Anastasia.
You are Giulia?
Yes.
Okay, hi, Giulia. So imagine you are in Sardinia right now, because
Yes.
3 out of 4 of our presentations in this second session come from the University of Cagliari. So unfortunately, we were not able to be there, which was our plan, but you can bring us there with your presentations. So we have 4 presentations, as I said. all of them deal in a smart and sustainable way with critical issues that are faced currently by islands or will be islands will face in the future. So we are very anxious to hear the presentations. We can start in 2 minutes, I suppose, and we will start with a colleague of mine from the National Technical University, the School of Architecture. She had some serious problems, but I'm very happy she managed to be here today. So it's Professor Iota Theodora, and she will present us her work entitled Tracing Sustainable Island Complexes in Response to Insularity Dilemmas, Methodological Considerations. Iota, you can try to upload your presentation.
I will try to do that. Thank you, Anastasia.
I'm happy I don't have to, because I'm looking to the opportunities I have in this in my PC, but I don't see how I can do it. So I'm happy I don't have to do it myself.
Anastasia, I don't know. I tried to share my presentation. Can you see it?
No, we can't see it. Maybe Chiara can help.
Yes, I have opened my presentation and now I try to share it with you.
Yes, you can click on the button, on the icon on the bottom right. There is share screen.
I'm so sorry.
Just in the
I try to press the button share your screen, right?
close to the end, there is a screen just in the corner, in the lower corner on the left.
Yes, I try to do it. I'm sorry.
It's on the left of the hand, I think.
Yes,
so
yes, I try. Yes.
And there is another window.
Can I show just 1 second?
Yes, I found the bottom, but I don't know why it doesn't.
Okay, now it works. Now it works.
Okay,
now it works.
You have just to open your PowerPoint. You have to open your PowerPoint to select the right part of your screen now, because you share all your computer. You have to share just PowerPoint.
Now you can see that my presentation. I hope so. I don't know.
Now we are seeing just your YT. No more.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know.
Yeah, if you want, I can share you. How do? You can see my screen?
Yes.
You have to click on this button. And after you appear a window, when you have to click share.
Or Iota, I have your presentation. If you want, I share my screen. You speak and you tell me when I have to go on.
Yeah, that's easier.
Could be an idea.
Okay, it will be difficult for you, but I will try. It's very difficult this for me. I'm so sorry. But I don't know, but I can see my presentation, but I cannot share it with.
Can you see?
Yes.
Okay.
We see it now. Okay. So please keep that. We have 8 minutes, I suppose, Chiara, now, because we are 4. Okay. So it's 8 minutes for presentation, and we keep questions for at the end of all presentations. I think it's better. Okay. So Iota, you have.
Okay, I will start, and then I will tell you, Chiara, just to move to the next slide. Thank you so much, and I'm really sorry.
Don't worry.
Thank you, Chiara. Dear colleagues, before starting my presentation, I would like to say how happy I feel to be part of this creative scientific meeting. And this conference is such a difficult time of a pandemic. Is a good opportunity to rethink development and planning issues, even though we have to do it under condition of social distancing. In an era of globalization and multi-dimensional crisis, as well as climate and demographic changes, intense consideration is placed on insular regions and small islands in particular, as lagging behind regions confront with the range of contemporary risks and challenges. This raises concerns for spatial planning and policies that are capable of dealing with their geographical specificities. However, issues of conceptual clarification and methodological approach regarding as to the insularity phenomenon remain rather open at the official planning scene. The problem lies in the lack of a multifactorial assessment of islands' dynamics and determination of their area of influence. Focusing on the Aegean insular territory, it is investigated whether and under what conditions isolation of small islands can be prevented and smart sustainable development can be ensured. The answer is sought in the leveraging of their cooperative advantages as a ground of endogenous development and their organic inclusion in broader spatial, sectoral, and social networks of supralocal and supranational reach. Chiara, can I ask you to move to the next slide? Thank you so much. In this context, the question is, how easily can this be achieved in countries with a strongly multi-island character, such as Greece? The question causes consideration and division in the absence of a national insular policy. The missing element actually in Greece is the absence of a multifactorial pool of criteria to help drawing conclusions about the level of development of islands and the type of risk they face. So the real challenge is to determine the appropriate regional criteria and the methodology to identify small islands, understand their developmental prospects, and highlight those that could play a key developmental role. The emphasis is given on the frontier Aegean islands, and due to the absence of an official definition of small island, the selection criteria are an area of less than 96 square kilometers, and that the islands must be constitute municipalities. 14 islands have been selected in this research. Chiara, can I ask you to move to the next one, please? Thank you. The approach of the objective have been based on two levels of investigation. Level A deals with concept and typologies of insular areas, as well as contemporary approaches for insular development. And level B is dedicated to Greece and is implemented in two stages. The first stage aims at formulating a proposal on the assessment of small islands based on regional criteria and at typologically classifying them in such a manner so that the potential insular entities in the outmost Aegean area to be highlighted. The second stage presents the findings in a way as to reopen the discussion of how these entities could act as new development poles of national importance, where small islands could take on the role of reference hubs. Can I ask you to, Chiara, I'm sorry, okay. At the theoretical level, an interesting discussion is opening on whether islands are a structural spatial entity for the implementation of regional analysis and policy. The problem is that despite the increasing research interest, there are concepts to the monitoring and assessment of the island phenomenon that remain unclear. And at the same time, at the European level, there has been no firmly articulated position on the development of insular territory, while diverse views are also developed on the typological classification of island regions, highlighting different aspects. In most cases, the real problem is the adoption of a single criterion, especially population size. Can we move to the next slides? Thank you. Regarding insular development, various approaches have been set out to address the specificities of the insular territory and develop its parts. On a theoretical level, the classical regional development theory applied to island regions ranges between the dependency principle of the center-periphery model and the neoclassic theory of contemporary advantage. In the context of the two theories, the debate on the regional policy actually tends to be structured around three positions. The top-down development, the endogenous or top-up development, and establishment of strong networks for cooperation and exchange of experience among regions with their problems. Chiara, thank you. To evaluate the dynamics and perform a typological classification of small frontier islands, 7 proposed criteria sets are selected on the basis of their suitability for the scale of these islands. Special attention have been given to geographical position, locus, nature and culture, population, local economy and production sectors, accessibility and networking, as well as services and infrastructures of supralocal reach. Thank you, Chiara. More specifically, through the conducted research, a synthetic table has been organized to best monitor the whole process. The table actually illustrates the island's assessment criteria, focusing namely on geographical location, distance from neighboring country, locus, area, and density, the existence of natural and cultural resources such as historic sites and protected area, population and accessibility and networking characteristics. More specifically, it is highlighted whether or not an island is a multimodal hub. It has an airport as well as what kind of services and the infrastructure of regional reach each island concentrates in sectors of administration, healthcare, education, culture, and other. As you can see, the criteria for area, population density, and supralocal infrastructure services are divided into categories in order to better understand the whole dynamics and the investigating islands. Because sufficient size is desirable, but is the hub actually function of islands that is the most interesting of all, the information from the specific table is evaluated in 2 phases. In the first phase, emphasis is on the centrality of location. So interest is thus basically focused on whether the following 3 subsets are presented. I mean, nature and culture, accessibility and networking, as well as services and infrastructures of supralocal reach. In the second phase, the size of the centrality is also of interest. Therefore, account is taken of the population subgroups and the quantitative differentiation of the qualitative criteria. So they are evaluated, first of all, the distance from Turkey. If the island, it's a multimodal hub, it's a connection with Turkey and frequency of connection to neighboring island of administrative dependence, as well as number of services and infrastructure of supralocal reach. They are functioning on its island. We can move to the next one, please.
Please, can you close in 1 minute, please?
Yes, Anastasia. This is the last slide. With regard to the centrality and degree of network of small frontier islands, 2 ranking assessment emerged. In assessment A, based on the qualitative approach of the proposed criteria, what exists and what does not exist on this island. Small islands are divided into 3 categories. Namely of major importance, medium importance, and minor importance. And the ranking changes when population and the quantitative differentiation of the quality criteria are taken into consideration in assessment B. Thus, the following categories of small island emerge, where you can see national and international REITs. We're talking about islands with more than 1,500 inhabitants and more than 5 infrastructure, regional REITs, and local REITs with less than 1 or 2 infrastructure. In an effort to compare the results of the two rankings, it becomes evident that when the population side is taken into account, changes in the ranking may emerge, confirming the dominance of the largest small island. However, the dynamics of an island is not necessarily related to the size of its population or area, but rather to its density, coupled with the accessibility, networking, and the existence, of course, of super local infrastructure. Therefore, the value of this proposal is more relevant for small islands belonging to the middle and the small categories of area and population, for which the results regarding their importance are different due to their natural and cultural wealth, good networking, and the existence of infrastructure. Concluding, small frontier islands that are particularly dynamic and could be the first to play a key role in the formation of dynamic insular complexes in the Aegean from the north to south are Inousses, Psara, Patmos, Leros, Tilos, Simi, and Chalki. And by strengthening their already strong networking with the neighboring large smaller islands of the broader region, they could act as a catalyst for the creation of the 3 new powerful dynamic complexes, as you can see. The first one is Chios, Inousses, Psara. The second one is Patmos, Leros, Kalymnos, Kos, and finally Rhodos, Simi, Chalki, and Tilos. To determine the nature and the role of these new entities at the national level, an appropriate research methodology, of course, is needed. So steps are taken to this direction, and I hope initial results are expected shortly. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I'm so sorry, Chiara. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Jota. Thank you very much. We proceed with the second presentation. It's joint work from Chiara Garau, Giulia De Sogus, Federico Bansiero, Pasquale Mistretta. The work will be presented by Giulia, and the title is Reticular Systems to Identify Aggregation and Attraction Potential in our Island Context, the case study of Sardinia. Giulia, please, you have the floor. I hope we are a bit flexible with time, Chiara, because first presenter, didn't use the time properly.
Don't worry.
Okay, so a few minutes. We don't ask too much. I hope we will have them. Giulia?
Can you see my desktop?
No, we can't see it. Are you an architect?
Yeah.
Okay. Jota is also an architect, so...
Yes, this is the problem, Anastasia.
Now?
Excellent. We see it. Thank you, Giulia. Okay. You can start.
Okay. Good morning. The paper is titled Reticular System to Identify Aggregation and Attraction Potential in Island Context, the case study of Sardinia. Written with Chiara Garau, Federica Banchiero, and Pasquale Mistretta. This research is part of my PhD thesis on Smart Island with the tutor of Corrado Zoppi, Chiara Garau, and Pasquale Mistretta. The aim is to evaluate territorial hierarchies internal to geographically close context such an island through the theory of the central place. Starting from these premises, this paper begins with a literature review on the most important theories of the central place, and subsequently it is developed a reticular system on several levels in Sardinia through the attraction and aggregation potential. Nowadays, the urbanization process is outlined a clear...
I'm sorry if I interrupt you, but we see only the first slide.
Oh my God. I changed my...
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry.
Okay. Nowadays, the urbanization processes outline a clear distinction between major and minor polarities. To analyze this issue, it is considered appropriate a comparative study of the evolution of the central place applied later in an island context that are characterized by an irregular urban structure that present in the coastal area the hubs of major development and the center with the last progress in the internal area. The definition of the European Union identify two issues common to all the islands: structural problem typically of the island context and the lack of homogeneity between coastal and internal area. These aspects of insularity are strongly linked not only to the functionality of urban settlement but also to their interconnection with the island. The reasoning lead to reflect an intelligent governance able to balance this closed system. To do this, the central place theory seems to be the most significant theory. The most important and pioneering theoretical are Kristaller and Losch, who define a hierarchical approaches to creating interrelated region. Around the 1950, numerous application begins, starting from the approach on territorial hierarchies of the input-output type. For example, those are Izard first, and then Wingo, Alonso, and Lori with the theory of the probabilistic technique. The 17 also saw the evolution of the management model to represent the theory. This led to two possible spillover associated with a group called theory. The ground connection associated with the services into the city and 4-hour connection related to a urban activity. However, we consider essential to insert an additional factor, the analysis of the flow between various cities or hubs that lead to a new methodological and empirical hypothesis of central place. From the literature review, it is convincing that aggregation potential has the capacity of several centers to associate, and attraction potential is established by the attractive force of hubs, which allow to revitalize the internal area of the island. With these premises, it is wanted to understand if it is possible to give a urban response to the gap that exists between the different hubs of a particular emblematic context, such an island of Sardinia. To obtain this, we first consider a historical region of Sardinia and the regional landscape plan that allow to think about the aggregation and attraction of municipality. The historical region of Sardinia, that are a territorial grouping defined in 1952, which divided the island into the administrative district, summarizes the aggregation potential between municipality. And regional landscape plan that guide and coordinate the sustainable development only the territorial bordering to the sea, show which are the center of creating attraction. The table show the different aggregation and the center of attraction to the CPT with the territorial hierarchical model applied through the study of the historical region and regional landscape plan. Subsequently, for each aggregation, the population is analyzed with the ISTAT 2020 data. This analysis of the data shows 7 aggregations. This aggregation derive from choice of 18 centers of attraction in the map of the left, which historical performance administrative function. The municipality attracted on the right are the smaller centers, which are geographically and economically connected to the center of attraction. The analysis of the aggregation show an organic system composed of a set of subsystems identified by the population that is able to achieve adequate territorial development conditions through the strong nuclei of attraction, confirming the initial choice to take a urban center from the historical main center. The figure shows 7 aggregations in red line, each of which inside as municipality with different level and intensity of attraction, red and green circle. That black line show the attraction that this municipality exercise in the surrounding municipality. This analysis confirmed that the Sardinia system is strongly centered on the coastal area and that the permeability between coastal and internal area is still difficult. In conclusion, the research outlined a territorial hierarchical model and the reticular system applied in Sardinia. This analysis could allow local police to confirm or modify the settlement structure and the typology of service. In the future, you will be able, through this aggregation, to study other sectors, for example, analyze tourism or cultural heritage for each aggregation. And the same analysis could be replicated not only on island context, but also on non-island context territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Giulia. Thank you for the nice presentation and also for keeping strictly the time you had. We proceed with the third one. Is a joint work from Flavio Stoccino, Mauro Sassu, Fausto Mistretta. I promise when I retire, I'll study the Italian language, which I really like. So the title is Structural and Thermal Retrofitting of Mansory Walls, the case of a school in Vitoria. Please, Flavio, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can hear you, but we don't see the presentation yet.
Okay, let's see if there is any problem, because theoretically I shared my screen. But
I can see, Flavio.
Yes, I see.
Okay, you can see?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I asked to the previous participant to disconnect the screen.
Okay, so if I can go, just give me okay, and we start. And
we can't see the presentation yet, Flavio.
Okay, so let's try again. I will suggest to Giulia to disconnect the screen sharing, because my feeling is that we are still seeing a presentation.
Yes, we still see the previous one.
Yes,
Giulia. We are okay now. We are okay.
So
okay, we can start. Thank you.
Okay, so the title of this presentation is Structural and Thermal Retrofitting of Mansory Wall, and we will speak about a case study in the island of Sicily. This work is co-authored with Mauro Sassu, Fausto Mistretta, and my name is Flavio Stoccino from University of Cagliari. Mansory constructions represents a large part of traditional European buildings, but most of them were built in absence of seismic codes and thermal requirements. At the same time, the sustainability awareness of building life cycle has grown in the last years. It is then necessary to design the retrofitting considering how much energy will be spent for the refurbishment and how much the thermal and structural performance of the construction will be changed after the retrofitting. This work reports on an integrated approach to evaluate the structural and thermal retrofitting strategy for masonry walls. Environmental and economic costs of each retrofitting interventions are examined. The possible retrofitting solutions are then evaluated and compared. In this way, the structural and thermal capacity of the masonry walls is represented by an ISO cost mapping. The environmental demand, considering both thermal and seismic load of the construction site, will be represented by an equivalent function to find the optimal retrofitting solution for each considered cost.
Flavio, sorry, we still are in the first transparency of yours.
Okay, I'm sorry for
Please proceed.
Yeah, I try again. Let me see, let me know if...
No, Flavio, I see the correct slide.
So
yes,
I am...
for me, I see the correct.
Okay, I was in slide 3, so...
yes.
Can I go to slide 4? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this table, you can see the considered Mansory characteristics and the retrofitting interventions. The existing Mansory thickness is 70 centimeters and is composed by stone blocks. Intervention A consists in applying a single insulating polystyrene panel. Clearly, it does not increase the strength, while it strongly improves the thermal performance. In case B, both thermal resistance and structural strength have been improved using a polystyrene panel with lime plaster and transverse connectors called diatom. Intervention C is characterized by the application to both sides of the wall panel of a carbon fiber reinforced polymers reinforced plaster with a lower thermal conductance. Transverse connectors are present also in this case. Similarly, a glass fiber reinforced polymers plaster is applied to both sides of the wall panel in addition to transverse connectors in case D. Finally, a bare net of CFRP and glass fiber reinforced polymers is respectively applied on both sides of the wall panel in case E and F. Now, it is possible to evaluate the economic cost in terms of euro per square meter and environmental cost in terms of kilogram of equivalent CO2 per square meter for each intervention. Then, the interventions with the same cost are plotted together in a diagram characterized by the structural performance increment on the horizontal axis and by the thermal performance increment on the vertical axis. In this case, the resistance bending moment has been chosen as a synthetic index for structural performance indicator, while the thermal resistance represents the thermal performance. So each point of this diagram represents one of the 6 interventions from A to F with the same cost. And it is possible to fit the points with a simple hyperbolic curve. It is clear that intervention A, just a polystyrene panel denoted by a star in the diagram, produces a good thermal performance increment and do not affect the structural performance. At the same time, the bare CFRP or GFRP net application improve only the structural behavior, and they are denoted by a left triangle and an X marker. The same iso-cost mapping is performed here, considering both environmental and economic costs. The difference is that in this case, the resistance base share has been chosen as a synthetic index for the structural performance, while the thermal resistance represents the thermal performance. These maps are very similar to the ones presented in the previous slides, yielding to similar considerations. The retrofitting performance analysis should be based on the specific site of the building location. Indeed, there are zones in which the seismic risk is critical in comparison to the thermal condition and vice versa. Considering the Italian example, the seismic demand is commonly expressed throughout the peak ground acceleration that you can see on the left of the slide. Furthermore, the thermal demand is measured throughout the degree day maps that is on the right of the slide. In this case study, the masonry walls of a school located in Vittoria, which is in the island of Sicily, are considered. In this case, the degree days are low, while the seismic demand is quite high. A possible criterion to consider both thermal and structural demands for the design of masonry panel retrofitting intervention is represented by this equation that you can see in the top part of the slide, considering respectively the delta R, delta M performance plane. And I remember that R represents thermal resistance and M is the resistance bending moment for the wall panel. Cost regression line can be plotted on the same plane. And you have the economic cost on the left and the environmental cost on the right. These figures represent a synthetic way to evaluate the integrated retrofitting. Each crossing between the demand criterion line and the cost regression hyperbolic curve represents an optimal retrofitting solution. Now, it is interesting to highlight that varying the alpha parameter, the so-called political parameter, it is possible to modify the results of the above described optimization of the retrofitting intervention to fulfill different political strategies. The criterion to consider both thermal and structural demand, now considering delta R and delta V performance plane, is reported in this slide. And as in the previous case, on the left you have the economic cost mapping, and on the right the environmental cost one. In conclusion, an integrated approach to evaluate structural and thermal retrofitting strategy for Mansory walls has been presented. In order to establish a urban redevelopment plan, this approach can give to the political decision makers an effective and synthetic way to manage both economic and environmental aspects. Further development of this approach are expected, considering other constructive components and a new experimental campaign that we are developing in our laboratory at University of Cagliari. That's all. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Flavio. Thank you for the interesting presentation, which is also is in alignment with the European Green Deal as far as efficiency and affordability are concerned. Speaking of the building block, we proceed to the last one presentation. It's a joint paper by Valeria and Francesco Pina. The title is Beyond the Infrastructure, Sustainable Landscape Regeneration through Greenways Towards Project Guidelines for the Sardinia Island. Please, Valeria, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We see also your presentation. You can start.
Perfect. And the work that I presented is co-authored with Francesco Pina. And this research explored the potential of Greenways project in order to build a project guideline for the design of greenway system in a Sardinia region. And this work was carried out by the University of Cagliari in collaboration with several offices of the Sardinia region, responsible for management of local authorities and finance, public works, transport, state property, and heritage and hydraulic work. The regional offices are very interested in Green project because they see the opportunity to develop an integrated project for the territory. And the realization of this project, in fact, implies the construction of a planning and design tool in order to build an holistic vision of the territory, overcoming the traditional sectorial approach. And Greenways promote an integrated conception of spatial planning and shift the attention from the single element to the system, from the infrastructure to the landscape. And the concept of greenways, in fact, developed in parallel with the affirmation of the principle of sustainability in urban and territorial policies. In this context, greenway represents a strategy to create a new territorial network in order to achieve several purposes: ecological, social, cultural, and other. The Greenways project have an important function because can improve social exchanges and represent an opportunity to connect existing public spaces and to create a new one. But also to create a new identity through the valorization of the cultural and historical values. And this work is organized in 3 steps. First, we have analyzed the 9 relevant case studies selected from the most interesting international experiences. Second, we find the prevailing planning strategies and design principles applied by this project in order to define a set of best practices transferable into Sardinia regional context. And in this way, we define an integrated framework useful to provide a common language for technician, administrator, and more in general, all involved stakeholders. And finally, we applied this framework to Sardinia territory. In particular, we have elaborated 4 project scenarios that represent an exploratory project. Briefly, I try to describe them. They refer the different contexts, such as Canada, Belgium, France, UK, Italy, and they have routes with length between 20 but also 400 kilometers. They cross different landscape, this urban or dispersed suburban, rural and areas, and which have been promoted by and financed by many public and private institutions. The analysis of these cases allow to summarize in 7 points the main objectives of the green project. Reassemble landscape. The green promote the reuse of resources and existing infrastructure. For example, railways, courses of rivers, urban and rural paths, in order to establish new link between natural and cultural heritage. Promotes of mobility, discourages the use of the private car and promote active mobility, especially walking and cycling, and public transport services. Improve environmental quality, safeguard natural habitat and their biodiversity, contribute to create a new ecosystem, and enhance the historical cultural heritage, make accessible the heritage, contribute to promote its protection and enhancement and increasing the sense of the identity and community. Include different social categories, facilitate movement of people with reduced motor skills, and encourages the public-private partnership, also promote the social participation, and promote large-scale dissemination and information initiative for a broader audience, such as website, educational, and didactic project. Table.
Valeria, sorry, can you please move forward your transparency? We are still in the transparency number 4. Transparency number 4.
Okay. Yes. I don't. Can you repeat? Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Okay. And this table shows the consistency of project with the identified objective. Briefly. Okay. In this table, you can see the action divided into 3 categories according to the 3 main dimensions of sustainable project: social well-being and environmental and economic development. Next, in order to verify the applicability of this framework to Sardinia region, we propose an explorative project in the Sulcis area, a complex territory where landscape for greater environmental quality coexists with degraded areas derived from the dismissed mining activity. The project connects the city of Carbonia, the largest foundation city built during the fascism period, emblem of industrialization of the island, with the coast, the sea. This path land about 8 kilometers and develop mainly along the course of the river Rio San Milano, exploiting the pre-existing dirt roads, trying to minimize the vehicular traffic. The greenness crosses an articulated set of landscape, today little known and used. They propose adopt a strategic approach based on 3 key actions. First, connect, provide users with a wide range of different mobility options, public transport and activity mobility. Second, reserve fragmented territories by connecting different areas and elements. This used reducing soil consumption through the reuse of the existing building and infrastructure. And third, develop, create new local economies and recreational opportunities. And in this action were applied in in this for scenario. We try to describe briefly these. The first scenario concerns the urban and peri-urban area. In particular, we can see the intermodal station of Carbonia, where the project started, and the second one we can see the architectural context, the countryside, and the greening crosses agricultural territories, introducing new flows and encouraging the share of the land. Through the diversity form of local economic development. The third scenario is the historical sites. Our project included the Neolithic necropoli of Locisantus that through the project become more accessible. The project includes also new services in order to equip the site. And the last scenario concerns the coastal area, the greenery, and on the coast near a strong environmental value area, but poorly equipped with services. And the project provides a new recreational area, tourism equipment, but also promote a new form of local economy, such as the fishing activities. And in the next table, we summarize the project action which can be included in the scenario presented above. Concluding, some consideration. We want to remark that the presented scenario don't create a universal solution, but through the diversity of landscape they cross, they show the potential of greenway regarding their adaptability to the different characteristics of this, which make each project unique. And a potential extension of this work concerns the creation of a guideline starting from the proposed analysis framework derived from the concrete experience. And the system can useful to support the public administration in decision-making processes, for example. And the guideline could give indication for the implementation and the management of the intervention, which are two main critical phases of the implementation project. That is all. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Valeria. Chiara, do you think we have a few minutes for questions?
Pardon, could you repeat that? Because the voice...
Chiara?
Yeah?
Do you think we have a few minutes for questions?
Yeah. I think could be better to have 10 minutes in order to have 5 minutes to break.
Okay. So, are there any questions? No? I have one. I have one for Valeria. It's a very interesting issue is this green way. Actually, we are in the middle of a large certain intervention in the Athens Historical Center, and there are, people who are reacting really bad against this. I mean, somehow the people are divided. So, do you think that that kind of design or planning has to take into account people, has to bring people from the beginning of this planning effort in order to somehow handle those who are not agree or have a different opinion, and reach a consensus before such a plan is implemented? Valeria? I think that Valeria,
you must switch on the microphone.
Okay.
Valeria?
I think that the connection of Valeria is very bad because your connection is green.
Okay. Okay, let's proceed with any other question if there is any. I have to notice that Yota Theodora is not with us now because she had some serious problems, family problems, so she had to leave. So questions should be addressed to the rest three presentations, if there are any.
Anastasia, can I ask just a question to Flavio?
Yes, yes, of course, go ahead.
Ciao, Flavio.
Giovanna, can you show your face? In this way,
Yes.
we can see you. Thank you.
Can you see me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Flavio, for your nice presentation. And I just would like to underline the close link between retrofitting and safety and sustainable development, because we have this link. Also because of the old age of a large part of our building stock. So I just would like to ask you if do you think that the approach that you presented, that you mentioned, should be somehow adopted by the public administration and also, for example, by the standard for the designer? I think yes, but I would know your opinion.
Thank you, Giovanna. Thank you for the kind words, for the nice question. I can answer in this way. Of course, it should be considered by the public administration, in particular for the management of the retrofitting of big group of buildings. Imagine the school buildings or the public office buildings or the popular social housing buildings. And it can be an idea also to drive some financial, helps to retrofittings. You know, as you correctly pointed out, in Italy we have a huge amount of old buildings that cannot satisfy the current standards regulations. And so it is very important to plan the retrofitting, optimizing the cost. And if I can add just one consideration to what I said, is that, in my opinion, nowadays, the idea of considering both economic cost and environmental cost is very important, because we are experiencing a very important climate change, and the impact of our building on the climate is patent. So, from my point of view, the consideration should be always linked to the economic cost and the equivalent CO2. You know, we call greenhouse gas emissions. And I know that you work on similar sustainable topics, so I'm happy that you can attend my presentation. And I'm looking forward to you in the next session.
Thank you, Flavio.
Thank you, Giovanna.
Well, I would like to step a bit further the question to Flavio, because during the last week I had the chance to discuss with a guy from the mission of climate neutral cities and climate neutral and smart cities, and there is a huge and ambitious plan of the European Union for 2030 and 2030 and 2050. So the amount for bringing all this building stock in a climate neutral position is really huge. I mean, huge for all these cities. So do you think that there will be a sort of financial schemes, a sort of cooperation between public and private? And is this something that you think, since you have, worked out this example, that it can be accomplished somehow?
Thank you for the nice question. I imagine that it is important to clearly highlight for every kind of retrofitting intervention on new buildings that what is the environmental cost of that intervention. And so, for example, we can imagine on one side a tax based on the CO2 equivalent necessary to build a new house or to retrofit a new one. or we can imagine some fiscal help in case you reduce your amount of CO2 equivalent. And you know, nowadays it is possible to evaluate this environmental cost in a quite accurate way. So it will be very important, as you said, because this climate situation, in my opinion, is of paramount relevance. It's something that everyone should consider in his own life. And so I'm an engineer, and I believe we can start on dealing with this environmental cost. So my presentation gives just an example on how it is possible to evaluate it. Now I'm seeing that something is going on the platform because everything is orange.
Yes, and I think that we have to stop here.
Okay.
Maybe this is a signal that
okay.
it's time for the next one. So I would like to thank you all for the interesting presentation and question and discussion. So we meet in the next session out of the smart and sustainable island communities, I hope. Okay, thank you very much all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5 minutes to stop. Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Chiara?
Yes?
You're still here? Okay, so
Yeah.
we'll continue with the third one?
Yeah, we continue, and maybe Valeria had some problem with the connection, so maybe we will appear again later.
Okay.
I please to ask you at the beginning to show the face, so I can do one picture of all of us. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Just 1 second to do the screenshot saver. Okay. Perfect. So see you at 11. Just a coffee.
Thank you, Chiara.
Mauro, alla fine. Hai il microfono spento.
Ora mi senti?
Adesso sì.
Ok. Alla fine siamo puntualissimi.
Sì, purtroppo molte domande non vengono fatte, però vabbè, può essere anche l'inizio di un dibattito che verrà
No,
ripreso.
la modalità online blocca, interdisce molto lo scambio di comunicazione.
Mauro, you should speak English. Speak English,
sorry.
please.
Vabbè, c'è Paola, Paola italiana.
Ciao Paola.
Ciao Mauro, come va?
Appena compare uno
Chiara
straniero.
sta in Italian.
Speak. You can speak Italian. I appreciate. Sardinian no, but Italian yes.
No, qualche cosa l'ho imparata con me, dai.
And Flavio, we can speak in Sardinian lingua.
As you walk, come vuoi, Mauro, come vuoi. Io parlo onorese però, non parlo
onorese. Io non li attivo.
For me it's the same.
Okay.
No coffee, Chiara?
No.
Just a virtual coffee for you. Come si sta in Sardegna in questi giorni?
Fun. The weather is good. 40 degrees here. So
this is not good.
Yeah, you know.
Not good.
But we are planning to go to the beach after the ICCSA.
It's our idea.
This sounds better, I think.
And you have
for you, Anastasia, you live in Greece, so.
Yes, and it's really crazy. I'm in my son's house now because he has the air condition. Mine, I'm doing some works at home, and it's really crazy. I mean, people is going into and out, and dust and all that kind of stuff. So I am in a very cool environment right now because it's also warm here. I mean, not 40, but enough warm.
Yeah, when you want to.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute.
1 minute.
Chiara, sorry, can you confirm that the next year we will have the conference in Cagliari in presence?
Yes, I confirm so.
Okay, good to hear.
I don't know if I have to be happy.
Yes, yes.
Of course, I'm joking, but yes, it will be in Cagliari, and I hope face to face, and with also the same workshop. In this way, we can build something together.
Yeah. This is a
And we have
workshop.
to do it in the real environment. I mean, next to the sea and
yeah,
more pleasant conditions.
Yeah.
Sorry, for the chairman for this room, I remember you to compile the evaluation form for each presentation.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll do after the session.
Yeah.
Okay, Chiara, can you send me the link for the evaluation form?
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
will send to you and to Anastasia. Yeah.
Thank you.
Later.
Later. Feel free to.
I remind you to all of you to switch off the mobile phone, please, because if it rings, it's possible that YouTube stop the live streaming. So please switch off your mobile. And before to start, please show all your face. In this way, I can do a picture.
Okay. So in this session we have just 3 presentations. So we have few minutes more for presenters. And
okay.
Okay.
Just smiling. Okay. Okay, Paola, I think that you can. Yeah.
Okay. So, and I'm very glad to be here with you in this strange condition, and I'm happy to introduce these 3 presenters. I have to wear my glasses, sorry, because I don't see anything. So we have just 3 presenters, and so we have for you there's a few minutes more for your presentation, but I kindly ask you to leave some space for the discussion at the end of your presentation. And let me check if all the presenters are here. For the first one, I think Mauro Coni is the presenter, or Francesca Maltinti.
I'm a presenter, Mauro.
Okay, Mauro. For the second one, Giovanna Concu, I've already seen Giovanna.
Yes,
Giovanna,
yeah.
okay. And the last one is Flavio.
Yes,
no,
I'm present.
Flavio, okay, Flavio Socchino, okay. So we are all, and we have another session regarding some island condition. In particular, all the presenters will talk about Sardinia case studies, even in a different, touching different aspects. I don't want to take your time, so I'll leave the floor to the presenter, and we take time for discussion after. The first one is the title is Accessibility Improvements and Place-Based Organization, the Island of Sardinia, Italy. And the author are Mauro Coni, Chiara Garau, Francesco Pinna, and Francesca Maltinti. I'll leave the floor to Mauro Coni.
Thank you, Paolo. Let me share the screen. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, let me start. Okay, thank you all. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the co-authors, Francesca Maltinti, Francesco Pinna, and Chiara Garau. Thank you a lot for your help in the paper. I'm going to present you a research on the relationship between accessibility, depopulation, and territorial organization in the island of Sardinia. Of course, it's easy to understand how the poor transport system affect the socio-economic development. In European marginal zones, such as inner area of Sardinia, it's clear the correlation between the population and low accessibility. The above image show the average annual population change in Europe in 2019, while below image describe road network accessibility and index for accessibility. The aim of our paper is to depict a new transport configuration to improve uniform and sustainable territorial development. This figure shows the territorial organization and the road network defined by the regional transport system, the plan in 2008. This blue circle show the main urban areas, while the yellow zone are characterized by the poor accessibility. In the paper, after transport and mobility description, accessibility and orography analysis, and the population relationship, a new territorial organization are proposed. In this picture, there are some characteristics of Sardinia mobility. On the left, the figures represent the trip attracted by every municipality. In Sardinia, we have 376 municipalities, very dispersed urban development. And on the center image show the rate of movement attracted by the center and its internal mobility. On the right, the variation of the movement between 2001 and 2011. The population problems, of course, is faced every day by the local administration, and it increased the gap between rural and urban areas, and also affect the economics, territorial cohesion over the European, not all in Sardinia. At the same time, the high concentration in urban metropolitan center create many negative consequences: pollution, low quality, road congestion, impact of natural environment, road accident, of course, COVID-2. To describe accessibility, we use the isochronous maps. The time to reach one place by one center. The map on the right of the two maps represent the isochronous distribution comparison between two different opposite situations. On the left, there are the isochronous of Cagliari. The blue area represent how it's easy to reach part of Sardinia far from Cagliari. On the right, there are Seui, is a small village in the inner area, mountainous area of Sardinia. And you can see how the blue zone you reach in one area is very limited. In this picture, this analysis, you can see the average time to reach the other 376 municipalities from each one. This is the mean value, and the graph on the left represent 5 different situations for to express how the distribution of the time to reach the other center can then well explain the high accessibility or low accessibility of the territorial organization. This is the main founding of our work, our analysis. This is two maps, the comparison of two maps. First of all, we define index accessibility. It's possible to have a different expression for index accessibility. And we use a combination, nonlinear combination between the time and the elevation of the center. And we found a good correlation between our index and the accessibility of the territory. You can see in this image on the left our accessibility index, and on the right the population. It's very interesting to observe how the two maps are almost the same distribution. After this analysis, we depict some conclusion about how to develop the road network, because it should be based not only on the entity of demand. We build a road where the people live. This is not the right answer. But we have to consider the equity of life, safety and care of territory, the environmental protection, enhancing local product and culture and value. Of course, the availability of job opportunities and high-level service, school, university, and the possibility of a social relationship in the last decade are placed around the coastal area. And it's clear that it's important to connect the inner areas to the coastal areas, where commerce, tourism, jobs, better income, and social regions are more developed. Finally, the last slide, just to remark that it's essential to make the organization, territorial organization, entirely available for the population of marginal areas, and the accessibility strategy may become the real support for the definition of priority of intervention of the transport system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mauro. You can okay, finish. And very interesting presentation, but now I leave and perfectly on time, so I thank you for your timing. And I leave the floor to Giovanna Comcu, and after all the presenters have finished their relation, we have time for a question. Please.
Thank you, Paola. Can you see my desktop?
Yes, perfectly. You can enlarge the screen if you.
Yes. Is it okay?
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Thank you everyone. And I'm going to talk about the potential of using wood as a structural material in terms of sustainable buildings, and also about the opportunities offered to the development of sustainable economies in narrow and interconnected communities like islands are, by production processes that are based on the use of locally grown wood. And I'd like to start from the concept of sustainability that involves the three main capitals to be protected and enhances, that are environment, economy, and human resource. And from the idea that these capitals should be considered of the same importance and eventually interchangeable with each other. For example, admitting that a reduction in environment capital can be somehow counterbalanced by an increase in human social capital and vice versa. And closely linked to the concept of sustainability is that, of course, of circular economy. Circular economy, starting from the awareness of the finite nature of resources, reduces or better eliminates waste and differentiates the sources of supply of materials, recovers and recycles the materials making consumer products as durable as possible. And here are some of the long-term benefits and some of the targets and expectation linked to the adoption of a circular economy model as highlighted by European Community. And this need for sustainability is further amplified in Ireland. We know that many European islands are small isolated systems and have small markets, so they are more vulnerable to the effects of the anthropic impact. And they have to produce a considerable effort to implement strategies to reverse it. So it is essential that islands manage their resources in a sustainable way to become increasingly efficient, self-sufficient, and to be able to protect their environmental heritage. And in this context, it is necessary to highlight the negative role of the construction sector, which currently is responsible globally on average for over 35% of the consumption of raw materials, soil, water, and energy, and for over 30% of pollution and production waste. And one of the ways to make the construction sector more sustainable is the use of building materials that are sustainable themselves, such as, for example, natural materials. And among sustainable building materials, wood is one of the most effective. Firstly, because of its natural eco-compatibility, it's a natural material. Also because of its mechanical and building physics performance, it's easy to manage and to install. We know that wood is recyclable, renewable, biodegradable, it's free of toxic contents, and it can sequester carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and can store it for the entire service life of the material. When timber is used in buildings, it also contributes to comfort due to its low conductivity, its high thermal inertia, and its natural hygroscopicity. And last but not least, since safety is included in sustainability, timber buildings guarantee high mechanical performance and high durability, even in case of response to seismic loads. So, also from a structural point of view, timber structures are excellent competitors, even for the most modern structures in reinforced concrete or steel. But what about the timber market in Italy? Here I've reported just a few numbers, just to have an idea. The market included the highly added value furniture sector as a turnover greater than 30 billion euros, and the timber building sector itself has a turnover greater than 700 billion and places Italy in the fourth position in Europe for manufacturing of prefabricated timber buildings. And it is worth noting that about 50% of timber buildings are made with the so-called cross-laminated timber technology. The acronym is CLT. This is an industrial composite product that has a much greater structural capacity and flexibility of use than the traditional solid wood. So the market is the market trend is growing, is very good. And in Sardinia, we can witness the same trend of the rest of the country. But despite this positive trend, and also despite the great availability of wood in Italy, please note that Italian forestry area covers more than 35% of the total territory, and Sardinia is the fourth region for extension of forestry area. Italian wood sector depends on imports for around 98% of its production. And this is mainly because the level of extraction of Italian forest is one of the lowest in Europe, and the supply of Italian timber is characterized by a lack of homogeneity, both from the quantitative and the qualitative point of view. So, just to have an example, all the timber that we see in Sardinia and in our modern timber building is imported from abroad. All the timber, and this has serious consequences in terms of transportation costs, energy consumption, pollution, and it goes to the detriment of the island economy. So from this consideration, the idea of implementing in Sardinia a short supply chain for the production of timber structural elements made of local wood has emerged. And the solution would meet the needs of green building and also would be a real chance of development for the Sardinian building sector, which is affected by historical problems connected to the insularity, to employment difficulties, lack of economic resource, and others problems. This choice of a circular economy in the building sector, in my opinion, can be the best path towards the sustainable development of the island. So, very briefly, since Sardinian wood has never been considered as a structural material before, we started a research activity with the aim of verifying the possibility of using our local wood as structural timber. This research has been involved in an experimental agenda carried out on locally grown maritime pine. So this is the wood that we are studying now. And this is characterized by not very high quality due to the presence of defects such as knots, resin pockets, grain deviation, and so on. So our idea is to verify the performance of this kind of wood used in cross-laminated timber elements in order to bypass the problems that this material would face if used as solid timber. And this research includes several phases, as you can see, the identification of forestry areas, the cutting of the logs in boards, the drying process, the experimental test in order to grading from the mechanical point of view the woods, the manufacturing of cross-laminated timber elements in lab, and so on. Here are some pictures of these phases. Board testing, manufacturing in our labs of CLT structural elements, and some mechanical tests on these elements. So the results, very briefly. The main results have shown that the mechanical performance of the CLT elements made of Sardinian maritime pine is comparable with that of similar elements already in the market, and I'm referring mainly to Central Europe spruce, that is the most spread material for cross-laminated timber in Europe. Moreover, and more important at this stage, this research has allowed to simulate the entire supply chain process for the manufacturing of the CLT elements made of Sardinian wood. And this allowed to detect and analyze all the critical issues and to point out the potential of this solution in terms of all-round sustainability. And concluding, the opportunities offered by implementing in Sardinia a supply chain for manufacturing structural laminated timber elements made of locally grown wood, beside the technical aspects of the product that are out of the scope of this presentation, firstly, can reduce the energy consumption linked to importing wood from abroad. And this is a factor particularly important for island regions such as Sardinia. Secondly, it can allow the construction of buildings that meet the requirements for energy efficiency and environmental sustainability. Third, at the same time, this can create employment in areas often economically depressed, as for example, the inner area of Sardinia. So the general results and the positive effects of the supply chain can be summarized in the promotion of an industrial, occupational, and social growth determined by the use of local resource. And this appears even more significant in terms of strategies to implement in the islands in order to respond to the challenges currently imposed by the three pillars of sustainability: the environment protection, the economic growth, and the human social enhancement. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Giovanna. And now I think it's time to leave the floor to the third one, presenters. I'm sorry. Okay, Flavio, it's
Yes.
you. I probably okay.
I hope that. Okay. Thank you very much. Can you see my screen? Yes.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, so the title of this presentation is The Role of Parent Concrete in Recycled Aggregate Concrete. And my name is Flavio Stocchino, and this work is co-authored with Luisa Pani, Lorena Francesconi, James Rombi, and Fausto Mistretta. And we all work at the University of Cagliari. Now, concrete is the most common construction material, and the deterioration of natural resources is partially due to concrete constructions. However, concrete constructions and demolition waste recycling aimed at producing recycled concrete aggregates can be a very promising strategy to reduce the important impact on the environment. Indeed, recycled concrete aggregates can be produced by concrete construction and demolition waste, promoting natural resources preservation. Available experimental data on concrete made with recycled concrete aggregate are contradictory. In some cases, the quality of recycled aggregate mostly depends on the quality of parent concrete. And actually, recycled concrete with low to medium compressive strength can be easily obtained irrespective of the specific quality of parent concrete. So, in our opinion, the production process of recycled aggregates has a key role on the final performance because it can strongly modify the amount of adhered mortar. The presence of potentially anhydrated cement on the surface of recycled aggregates can further affect the concrete properties and the crack propagation characteristics. Further experimental research is needed to determine the parent concrete influence on the recycled aggregates. This paper reports on the experimental tests developed at the University of Cagliari, aimed at evaluating the mechanical performance of concrete with coarse recycled aggregates obtained by crushing structural concrete with low compressive strength. The recycled aggregates are taken from the concrete structures of the old football stadium located in Cagliari. And here you can see some picture on the left part of the slide. Beams with cantilevers and foundation blocks are the concrete structure chosen for the preliminary analysis, and they are highlighted in orange in the right figure. The research funds are provided by Project MESAR, funded by Regione Autonoma della Sardegna and coordinated by Luisa Pani. The experimental data show that the beams and foundation were made with two types of concrete characterized by different mechanical properties and composition. The mechanical behavior of the foundation is better than that of the beam. Moreover, the finite compositional difference between the two materials are confirmed from petrographic analysis on thin sections. Two types of recycled aggregates have been produced, called respectively recycled aggregates foundation, RAF, obtained from crushed foundation blocks, and recycled aggregates beams, denoted RAB, obtained from crushed cantilever beams, both with size between 4 and 16 millimeter. In this table, you can have a first view of the characterization of this concrete. While this figure presents the size distribution of the aggregates. The analysis carried out showed that recycled aggregates, even if obtained by crushing two quite different concretes, have very similar characteristics. Indeed, in this table, we can highlight that only 4 parameters, shape index, percentage of fines, content of acid-soluble sulfate, content of water-soluble sulfates, are slightly different. The other parameters are almost the same. So, the determination of the residual mortar content has a critical importance to better understand or evaluate the properties of concrete using recycled aggregates. The method used in this research consisting in submitting representative samples of recycled aggregates to daily freezing and thawing cycles in a solution of sodium sulfate. The residual mortar content obtained in RAF and RAB divided into fraction size 4 millimeters and 10 millimeters is shown in this table. The test shows that the residual mortar content is significantly similar for the two kinds of aggregates, RAF and RAB. In this table, you can see the proportion for each mix produced, and the mix of recycled concrete was designed to include different types of coarse recycled aggregates and different aggregate replacement percentage. For example, the label RCF 30% represents a mix containing RAF with replacement percentage 30%, while RCB 80% represent a mix containing the recycled aggregates coming from the beam with a replacement percentage of 80%. Each mix is characterized by water to cement ratio equal to 0.463 and an average density of 2,283 kg per cubic meter. Finally, compressive strength, splitting tensile strength, and elasticity modulus tests have been developed for each concrete mix, characterized by different aggregate replacement percentage. The results of the average compressive strength at 14 and 28 days show optimal performance, even when the percentage of coarse recycled aggregates reach 80%. It should also be noted that the compressive strength of recycled concretes does not appear to be influenced by the parent concrete. Rather, it results that in some cases the compressive strength of recycled concrete is higher than one of concrete produced with natural aggregates, and here denoted with NC. Splitting tensile strength is greater or equal for all recycled concrete compared to concrete produced with natural aggregates. And this result was expected and can be explained by the greater roughness of recycled aggregates that produce an increase in tensile strength of concrete. The second modulus of elasticity in compression appears slightly lower for recycled concrete in comparison with the concrete produced with natural aggregates, but the results are almost very good in our opinion. In conclusion, this experimental campaign shows that the mechanical properties of recycled concrete are not affected by the mechanical characteristics of parent concrete. Indeed, it is possible to obtain structural concrete even when the percentage of replacement of coarse recycled aggregates reaches 80%. Further development of this research are expected, considering also durability properties of this material. And finally, it is clear that the use of this kind of concrete can reduce the building impact on the environment and create new opportunities for the construction companies, with beneficial results for all the society. Imagine, for example, how the processing scraps of precast concrete can be transformed and reused as recycled aggregates. Thank you very much for your kind attention. That's all.
Thank you, Flavio, and thank you for your perfect time. And so I'll ask the audience if there are any questions for our presenters.
I have a question.
Okay, you're Mauro? No.
Yes, yes.
No, I don't see the face. Can you show me the face, please?
Okay.
It's quite frustrating to talk with a empty screen. I prefer your smile.
I have a question, one question for Giovanna Concu and one question for Flavio Stocchino. For Giovanna, I work in road pavement. Around the world, there are some of the hood to build the road pavement for light traffic, of course, but it's very nice application, or for the urban pavement too in historical center. Giovanna, do you think that maritime pine can have this application too? This is for Giovanna. From Flavio, I saw in your conclusion that you are planning to check the durability of the recycled concrete material. And you are planning to perform the fatigue test. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mario, for your question. But may I add another question for Giovanna so she can answer both? But it's linked to your question, Mauro, because from a geographical point of view. So I try to explain. In general, the construction practices goes hand in hand with the cultural and the other cultural, geographical, social factors. I mean, the type of house, the type of dwellings is a very specific cultural characteristic of a geographical place, a geographical area. So do you think, on how much do you think these cultural factors can affect this type of production? And then I think the suggestion of Mauro is a correct suggestion to integrate this supply chain in a different cultural space. Okay.
Okay, yes, thank you to both of you, and both of you are right, yes. The importance of the building tradition, okay, is very huge. If we have to talk about Sardinia, for example, timber building is not in our tradition, because we are used, we were used to use timber mainly in roofs or in floors, but not as a structural material at all. Our mainly technical construction techniques is masonry. In Sardinia, ancient center are made of masonry. So, of course, we are witnessing difficulties in change the mentality also of the public administration. Just to make an example, our forestry agency, regional forestry agency, can't manage forest in order to somehow exploit the wood. They can just preserve the forest. So, of course, this is a problem, of course. We have to think, if we want to improve environmental sustainability, we have to somehow change this mentality. And also to respond, to answer to Mauro, our research concerns the use of maritime pine as load-bearing material. But of course, it can be used in other situations, such as those mentioned by Mauro. And maybe this also could facilitate, okay, this change of mentality that I was addressing before. There is a lot of work to do, but I think that okay, I'm not a Taliban of natural materials, no, okay, because I'm a structural engineer. I use concrete, I use steel, etc. But we have to keep in mind that timber is the material, the building material of the future. So we have to study, and in my opinion, the best way is to give input to the research in all these sectors. I hope thank you, Mauro. Thank you, Paolo.
Thank you, Giovanna. Thank you very much. And so, Flavio?
Yes. Can I answer to Mauro's question? And I have some question for the other two presenters.
Feel free to ask.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you, Mauro, for your question. Actually, we are not going to develop fatigue test. We are going to develop a carbonation test, freezing when thawing cycles test, and chlorine attack test. But I can record your suggestion and speak with the other researcher and see if it is possible to perform also this test. You know, the MESAR project is going to end in the next few months, so I don't know if you have the time. But we can consider this also this suggestion. Then, if I can ask, I really enjoyed both of the other presentation, and I would like to ask to Mauro. He showed us some isochronic map, and my question is if these maps were developed considering just public transport, private transport system, or considering both of them. Because I want just to add this little observation, because I came from Nuoro, that is in the center of Sardinia, and for me as a student, it was really difficult to reach Cagliari with the public transport systems, and I had to take my car. So I would like to have a comment of the different situation of public transport and private transport system. This is for Mauro, and if I can ask just a question to Giovanna, and then I switch off my microphone. So Giovanna, very nice presentation. I really enjoy your last papers, so I'm a fan of this Sardinia wood research, and congratulations for your result. My question is there any commercial company that is now selling Sardinian maritime pine or not?
Thank you for your question.
Okay.
Mauro, can you? Oh.
Okay. Thank you, Flavio. We are talking about the travel time in private system, transport system, and public transport system. Sardinia is not have a very spread the public transport system. It's not coordinated between different forms. For example, we build an intermodal system poles just in this year. And the mobility for the 70% happened by cars. This is a problem because the low density of Sardinia is very expensive to sustain a public transport system by railways or buses. But it's important to reorganize the system with the railroad integrating the major terminal, Olbia, Sassari, Nuoro, and Cagliari, and others also, no, with a very efficient system. And the idea is to organize the local transport system to bring the people to the main terminal in efficient system. At the moment, the system is not very well organized. I know the situation of Nuoro, the place where I come from, Flavio, and I know the situation of the students and of the inner area. They have to travel for 2 or 3 hours to reach Cagliari for University of Sassari or Olbia. Of course, the road system is important because in the road system, the public transport, the bus travel. It is important to have the efficient link, no tortuosity in the road. Unfortunately, the development of road in Sardinia followed the demand. Where there are high demand, there are high design project. At the moment there are under construction a big public work, but the inner area is not served at the moment.
I'm sorry. I have the pleasant task to tell you that we have at maximum 4 or 5 minutes for closing the.
Oh, you have 10 minutes, Chiara, dai.
Because there are other session that must be prepared to the next session. So
okay, but 10.
In the middle.
Giovanna, you can answer.
Yes, very shortly. No, unfortunately, no. There is no commercial company yet. At this stage of our research project, we are trying to somehow stimulate the sensibility of the company, of the local companies regarding this perspective, this possibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all for your suggestion, but Chiara said that we have no more time. So in closing this session, I want really to thank all of you and to thank Chiara and Anastasia and I really hope to see you next year in person and shake your hands because I think I want to consider this session as a pre-session for the next precondition for the next year session.
I really hope so. And I really hope also to start to build a network with all of you. This is my hope, and I really hope to see the next year. So
okay, thank you to all. Thank
you. Thank you,
Bye.
everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Lucia.
Good morning, Lucia and Antonio.
Okay.
The
I am the
chairman.
assistant for this room.
Okay.
If you want any support, I am here.
Okay. Thank you. I have printed the session program, but if you have a sketch display on a corner of a screen, may be useful.
Okay.
But no, it's not important. Però, siccome sei italiana, si può anche parlare in italiano.
Sì, quando inizia la sessione poi dobbiamo parlare in inglese perché siamo in diretta su YouTube.
Sì, però allora
Sì, assolutamente.
si tratta di fare due palle per scaldarsi come a tennis, va bene. Allora, abbiamo, ecco, io qui c'ho il programma anche parecchio esteso come scrittura e piccolina. Ci vorrebbe magari una dimensione più piccola, però se condividiamo lo schermo poi non si vedono gli altri, se no si può condividere lo schermo. Ma ce l'hai ti do del tuo,
Sì, assolutamente.
ce n'hai una stampa un po' con caratteri un po' grandi?
No, il programma, quello che c'è anche su X.
E se no, quello che c'hai, quello in questo verdolino e grigio militare, insomma, che ci hanno dato.
Sì, guardi, ora provo a condividere il mio schermo così.
Se no, sono screenshot, qualcosa. Perfetto. Sì, bravo.
Così va bene?
Modo si dà, sì, questo è dato il benvenuto, poi si proietta questo e ogni volta che poi cambia, io ce l'ho stampato, però anche come regola, se ogni volta che cambia presentazione si proietta questo, così si dà modo a quello che è, cioè uscire e quell'altro di entrare, di lanciare le cose, piccolo intermezzo. Va bene, d'accordo. Io ecco, sono al posto di Massimiliano, quindi io sono Antonio Fratelli, che poi è nella A2TM2. Massimiliano.
Ok, quindi c'è in tutte e due le sessioni.
Sono certe tutte e due le sessioni, una finisce a mezzo, l'altra comincia all'1. Quindi
Ok.
mezzogiorno e mezzo, no, finiamo a mezzogiorno e 45.
Sì.
Tra l'altro io sono l'ultimo. Faccio la presentazione io. Va bene.
Ok.
Quindi di dove sono questi qua? Questi saranno spagnoli. Quando hanno 45 nomi e altrettanti cognomi, di solito sono spagnoli. Loro all'anagrafe ci vanno con la penna USB, mica con foglio stampato.
Sì.
Va bene. Ci siamo.
Okay, I ask for the new participant to insert your name if you want in the bottom in the corner on the left on 3 dot. That is more simple to interact. Because there is one participant without name. And Antonio Fratelli, sorry? Scusami, sono sempre io, ti ricordo di compilare l'evaluation form alla fine delle 2 sessioni.
Ah, va bene, sì.
Per ogni presentazione.
Per ogni presentazione, ma è quello per il Best Paper Award?
Sì.
Vabbè.
Avrebbero dovuto mandarti già un link.
Ce l'ho.
Ok, perfetto. Grazie.
Grazie a te.
Ok, quando vuole puoi iniziare. Aspettiamo magari che si connette qualcun altro.
Se si connette qualcun altro, perché adesso
Sì.
adesso poco.
Mancano ancora 5 minuti, quindi...
5 minuti. No, siamo puntuali. Poi si raccomanda la puntualità anche nell'esposizione. Per adesso siamo pieni noi a essere precisi.
Allora, buongiorno, good morning, sorry to everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ciao Massimiliano.
I need to sleep in English now. It is to snap from it one stream into another. Okay. I leave the chairman position to Antonio for all the workshop because for age and experience it is the real chairman of the workshop. I think more for age.
Thank you very much for your effort.
Okay. I don't know who are now. I think we can wait 5 minutes also because it's not 12. Okay.
Yes, it's in 5 minutes. Massimiliano, I am Lucia. I am the assistant for this room.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So every room
My
has.
secretariat.
Yes.
Okay.
I have the control of the microphone and I can turn off the microphone if there is some disturb and for any help I'm here.
Okay. Okay. 5 minutes or so.
Yes.
Okay. She has quiet. Okay. Good morning, all. I am not Massimiliano Petri, but Antonio Fratelli. And Massimiliano Petri is my colleague, and he is a member of my research group. And I am the chairman of the present session. And if there is anybody on the authors of the first presentation, we can start. Is there Ortega, Bustamante, Pelufo, Teix, Jaime, Rodriguez, Rosero Montalvo? Is there any authors of the first presentation in the program? Okay, you can wait 1 minute when we shift to the second presentation. I see that Francesco Bruzzone is connected.
Yes, good
morning,
morning everyone.
Francesco.
Good morning.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah, we can. Can we shift to the second presentation? Do you agree?
It's no problem for me. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So should I share my
Okay.
screen?
Okay, we shift to the second presentation.
Okay. I will now share my screen.
Francesco, I recommend to you to be tight to time, 10 minutes for your presentations, and you can start. You can share your screen.
Okay. Do you see the presentation now?
No, I see you.
You see me? Okay. Just a second then. Let me see. Full screen. Okay. What about now?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
How come?
I think there is some problem with connection because I see the symbol of the share screen, but I don't see your presentation.
Still not. Okay, what about now?
No.
No.
No. Okay, this is weird. My connection in theory works with.
Because your symbol of connection is gray and not green.
Well, on my page it says it's green and it's good.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
Now it's
so
good. Now maybe you seems seems good now.
okay, so I choose full screen. Okay. Consenti. And then I put the presentation on. What do you see now?
No.
Still nothing, right?
No.
Okay, what do you think if I just talk without the presentation at this point?
But you have the presentation on the Riot platform? No?
No, because
Okay, I can't help. I'm sorry.
we sent it by email, and that was all. But I mean, maybe I can still say something. I don't really need the presentation, I guess, if that's okay for everyone.
Okay.
Okay, so I will just follow the presentation and try to make it as clear as possible for everybody. I just maybe put the video on so you can see my face. Okay. So we, in this paper, Professor Nocera and I explore the role that academic institutions have within the EU-funded sustainable mobility projects, with specific attention to stakeholders' engagement and involvement. So as a first step, we try to look at literature to study the concept of stakeholders. As you probably know, there is some discussion on who can be considered a stakeholder and who is just, I don't know, simple citizen or something. So we came to a definition which is common in literature that says that a stakeholder is anyone that has interest on the subject, but that given the variety of stakeholders, they should involve differently within transport planning processes and also within EU-funded mobility projects. So we tried also to understand how many stakeholders are on average involved in this kind of projects. And we found in a reliable source, which was the Guide Maps project, that 55 stakeholder groups of 4 major categories, which is authorities, operators, communities, and a generic other, have to be or should be involved in the transport planning process. Now, we are in a good momentum for participation according to literature and according to stakeholders involved in EU-funded projects, as within transport planning, sustainable urban mobility plans have been legitimated in 2011 with the white paper. And since then, there have been also in Italy strong efforts for participation. We then looked at the levels of engagement. We identified 6 steps in engagement process, The first one is the specification of the issue or issues. Then we went on with stakeholder identification. So and also classification into different groups to be consulted differently. We then expand this into the actor constellation analysis. So stakeholders are directly involved. Actors, in this case, is a more general meaning. The fourth step is the setup of the involvement strategy. We then have stakeholder consultation and then evaluation and follow-up as a last step. We then explored participation tools. Participation tools depend on targets. We have tools for information giving and input collecting. So a very general, not yet participation, but information approach that includes all the media and anything related to the world of internet. We then have participation tools addressing small groups of stakeholders. This includes events, games and activities, hearings. It can be formal, it can be informal, but the target is small stakeholder groups. And then we have to address large groups and generic audiences, and that can be done through a number of tools, including conferences, workshops, lectures, and so on. What is the role of academies and universities and research centers in all of this project process? To explore this, we started from our role of UAV, university, within the projects, the sustainable mobility projects, which we are involved directly in. And we found that we have a twofold role. On the one side, UAV is a technical partner of the project, meaning that we interact with project partners, we collect their needs and suggestions, and we amalgamate stances to reach a common, shared, and project-wide strategy. So we sort of coordinate the intra-project involvement strategy. And then on the other side, UAV is manager of the project strategy and supports partners in conducting an effective and successful stakeholder involvement strategy at their own local level. So we act as project activators for participation at local level. Institutions, besides being project activators, also grant transferability of know-how and innovation potential between project partners and between multiple projects in which they are involved directly. So to give summary in pills of engagement within EU-funded mobility, sustainable mobility projects, I wanted to answer the who, why, when questions. So who should be involved? In general, stakeholders, anyone carrying a relevant interest should be involved, and anyone wishing to participate should be invited to join. So exclusion is generally not a good option. Why do we need engagement strategies? Well, obviously to reduce contrasts and to avoid time-wasting conflicts, to increase public stake and approval, to improve the project and to enhance democratic mechanisms. Engagement is also a requirement in all European directives and guidelines, so it is a necessary and effective part of the transport planning process and cannot and should not be avoided. When do we start the engagement process? Well, a general rule is the sooner the better. Of course, depending on the stage of the project, engagement should be carried out with the most appropriate tools and towards the most appropriate targets. So it's not a flat process, but it changes and adapts to this moment of the planning process or project development. How to involve? we involve relevant groups, powerful stakeholders, project promoters and operators, but also communities as whole and simple, let's say, citizens. Again, it is very important to choose the right tools, the right time, and the right message for each involvement effort. Otherwise, it could even bring to counterproductive results. The role of universities and other research institutions, and particularly our role as UAV within the projects we are following, is to bring know-how and expertise in the project as a whole, but also within the engagement strategy, to enhance network building, to allow transferability within project partners and between multiple projects, to coordinate the project and to coordinate engagement at the various stages of the process. Finally, to capitalize results and have successful decision making. Okay, I try to sum up in this. If you have any questions, I am available.
Okay, thank you, Francesco. And are there any questions? I have just one, very quick. My question is, have you compared your model results and capabilities in respect to other previous models to the one obtained by other models?
Okay, so we have not really empirically tested other models, meaning that we haven't had the occasion to compare results from these projects that we are currently involved with other projects because they're not over yet. But we, in the first literary part of the paper, we tried to conduct thorough literature review to include any models, any possible participation models, always though stressing European guidelines. We were interested in exploring the European panorama on the topic. So this is the mode we chose to follow.
Okay, thank you, Francesco. Maybe a suggestion for another successive paper. And now, Ortega, Bustamante, anybody of the authors of the first scheduled presentation is present or not? Not yet? Okay. And now we can shift to the third presentation, and where I am an author, but I am one of the authors, but Massimiliano Petri is Massimiliano will display and a paper, and research paper dealing with a preliminary investigation of machine learning approaches for mobility, monitoring from smartphone data. Massimiliano is
Antonio, there is
your
in the
turn.
conference Claudio Gallicchio, that is from the Department of Computer Science of University of Pisa, that will present the work, because the big work is made from him in this art, in this work, in this research.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm going to present this third paper in this session. Okay, so I try to share my screen. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I am chairman. Yeah, who are you? Sorry.
Oh, okay. My name is Claudio Gallicchio. Among the authors of this paper.
Okay. Oh, okay, Claudio. I shut down the screen and hear only
Okay.
voice. Okay. You.
Okay,
Good morning.
great. Hello.
Morning, Claudio.
Hello. I think you are now looking
Okay.
at my screen.
Okay.
My
Okay.
screen, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we are co-authors, by the way. All right.
Very good.
Okay. Great. So good morning, everybody. My name is Claudio Gallicchio from the University of Pisa, and I'm very happy to present this paper that is a joint work with Alessio Micheli, Massimiliano Petri, and Antonio Pratelli. And the title of this paper is A Preliminary Investigation of Machine Learning Approaches for Mobility Monitoring from Smartphone Data. Okay, so this paper is about, let's say, a preliminary application of machine learning. But before that, there is, let's say, a brief introduction to the GoodGo platform. As I see that there is another paper that presents more in depth this platform, I will go very quick on this. This is, let's say, a platform that is a space of services for sustainable mobility that has been developed in the recent year. So there is a number of features. There are a number of features that come with this platform, and I would like to specifically for this paper highlight a couple of ability. The first one is to being able to monitoring bicycle trips and all other transport modes trips by using an application for a smartphone. And the second one is that based on this, it is possible to give rewards to people, to users who perform sustainable trips in the city. Okay, so this application is being prototyped and, let's say, tested for 4 months in the end of 2018, showing a great interest from the people. A lot of people downloaded the application and used that. And in a few months, really a lot of trips has been, let's say, tracked and recorded by this application. So just to give you a quick insight into the way in which these things work, essentially in the application, the user can, let's say, start the application, of course, and then indicate that she or he is starting a trip and indicate the type of transportation mode that is using. There are 6 possible transportation modes: foot for pedestrian transportation, bicycle, motorbicycle, car, bus, or train. Okay, so at the moment, there is a limitation that is present in the application, that is the user needs to indicate manually the transportation mode. Okay, so this on the one hand is annoying because the user needs to every time remember to start, stop the tracking, choose the proper transportation mode, etc. So the user, okay, there are a number of downsides at the moment. So one I already mentioned. The other one is that the user can, for example, use more than one transportation mode for a trip, and this is not possible to be indicated easily in this way. And the third motivation is that the user can try actually to fool the system, inserting a wrong transport mode because, for example, he wants or she wants to have, let's say, a greater reward. Okay, so for example, indicating a bicycle when he's using a car or something like that. Okay, so essentially what we try to do is using machine learning to automatically identify and detect which kind of transportation mode is being used by the user during his trip, using as data data that is extracted by the application, GoodGo application. Okay, so we formulated this problem, let's say, into a machine learning problem, and in particular into a multi-class classification problem with 6 classes, and the classes are the transportation modes that I elencated before. The input data that is used to classify the transport mode by the user is, let's say, the stream of data that is collected by the application, and in particular there are a number of sensors that are tracked, like 3D accelerometers, pressure, speed, longitude, latitude, and so on and so forth. One of the first steps that we did in this concern was to pre-process this data that has been collected, like I said before, and there are a number of steps. You can go and check in the paper more in depth which kind of pre-processing we did, but essentially we did resampling and filtering of the data just to have, let's say, uniform information for every trip. And after that, we extracted 3 features for every of the input variables that we ended up with: average value, standard deviation, and maximum value for an entire trip. So for every possible, let's say, sensory information. And for every trip, we collected this kind of tree information for every variable. So we ended up with a data set that contains more than 2,600 samples, and each sample corresponds to a trip. And for each trip, we have, let's say, a total maximum number of 33 input variables collected, as I indicated before. So it's 11 times 3, because 3 is the 3 features that I said. And we have a target class. The target class encodes the transportation mode, one of the 6 transportation modes. As you can see in this plot here, actually, the variable samples are really a lot unbalanced, because almost all the 80% of the transportation, let's say, trucks that has been recorded are related to bicycle. Okay, and the other classes are less sampled. So we have foot and bus decently sampled, but for example, train, car, and motorbike that together do not reach even the 2% of the entire data that was tracked. So this was one first challenge that we needed to approach. Okay, so in order to perform our analysis, we split the data into training for development, a training set for development of the system, and an external test set, okay, following a stratified 80-20% split. We also analyzed 3 possible configurations of the systems, depending on the number and which kind of features we used. Okay, so I said that we have a total number of 33 features. So this is the full features configuration. Then we selected a number of 10 attributes, those with the higher absolute correlation with the target variable, and we have in this case a selected feature configuration. Those are indicated here. Finally, we, let's say, ad hoc selected a number of features that could be, let's say, minimally interesting for identifying which kind of transportation mode is being used. And this goes under the, let's say, umbrella of these ad hoc features settings. Okay, so this is for variables. Okay, as pertains to the machine learning models, like I said, this is a preliminary application. So we started to analyze the performance that in a sense, very simple machine learning models can have on these kind of problems to see if this is a viable solution. So to this end, we considered feed-forward neural networks as multi-layer perceptrons with 1 or 2 hidden layers, random forest classifiers, and key nearest neighbors classifiers. All of these, let's say, models have a number of hyperparameters. Okay, and the selection of the values for these hyperparameters were were optimized, let's say, were tuned on a nested level of stratified 5-fold cross validation on the training set. And another aspect that I have to highlight is that we used resampling at the training stage, okay, in order to, let's say, cope at least preliminarily with the problem of undersampling of some classes. So in this table here, you can see, let's say, a summary of the results that we have achieved, where the different rows are for different models in correspondence of different features. And you can see here on the third column, the validation F1 score, that is the score on which we have selected the models. And in the last column, you see the accuracy on the test set, where we use this accuracy, let's say, to have a quantity that is human understandable. As it is highlighted in the table, the model that achieved the highest performance is the random forest model with the full configuration. But there are a number of observations that we can do. The first thing is that, okay, we achieved a very good performance, more than 90% of accuracy, for example. And another consideration that we can do is that the performance scales very nicely when we reduce the number of variables that we use as input, like going from 91% to 90%, reducing from full to selected, and more than 80% when we reduce really to a minimal set of features. So this is another nice and interesting property. A little bit more into detail, we could see that this model that has been selected here, the highlighted one, here gives this confusion metrics on the test set. So we can see that for the properly for the properly sampled classes, bus, bike, and food, we can have a very good performance in classification. While for the other three, car, motorbike, and train, that are really not well sampled, the performance is not really good. And also interestingly is that when we consider other models, like for example, multi-layer perceptor models, even if this does not give the, let's say, the overall best performance, it's really interesting to see that on some specific classes, like the three that I have highlighted in this figure, there is an improvement in the performance. So this, let's say, goes in the direction of further enhancing of the possible accuracy in the identification using the interplay between different learning models. Okay, so to conclude, what you can find in the paper is a preliminary experimental analysis of machine learning for the estimation of human transportation mode. The results that we achieved, we consider these are like promising results with the overall test performance that is more than 90%. And also the per class performance scales nicely with the amount of data. So even if we reduce the amount of data that we use as input, the performance is not really a lot affected by that. So this is a nice property for future developments. Finally, we also found that actually it is important to push through the data collection for the less sampled transportation modes. In particular, non-cycling vehicles needs to be sampled more. Coming to perspectives, from the machine learning side, we are really interested in extending the preliminary investigation that is reported in the paper, using more, let's say, in a sense, complex models, but more adequate to grasp the temporal nature of the, let's say, mobility data, and in particular, using recurrent neural networks. And then we are also interested in fusing, exploring the possibility of fusing heterogeneous data sources, so complementing the information that comes from the sensor by the application with urban data or meteorological data or ETS kind of data. All right, so I think this is all, and I hope you will enjoy reading the paper, and I thank you for your attention. Okay.
The chairman is here.
Hello?
I don't know the chairman where is.
Maybe he's having problems with connection.
Or with microphone. Please turn on your microphone. Antonio Pratelli. Is not here.
I'm Massimiliano. You listen me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know where is Antonio. Is in some. I think I don't know. But the problem is that next paper will need to present Antonio. So I can't present because I'm a co-author also in this work, but we divided the presentation for between us. But I try to send a message to Antonio. We are now in time with the schedule, so we need only to start.
Yes, Massimiliano, but if there are questions for Claudio, I guess it's the moment.
Yes, sorry, thanks, Alessio. If I take the chair temporary, so if someone want to make some question to Claudio, you can do now question. I have only personal question that is about you think that it can be possible to use a recurrent neural network in case of more symmetrical and more homogeneous starting data, or other type of machine learning, and why recurrent neural network and not other? This is perhaps too technical question, but the paper is technical, so we need to stay in technical phase.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's interesting, of course. Yeah, well, we want to use recurrent neural networks, and we think that these can be really proper for these kind of applications because of the internal dynamic properties of recurrent neural networks. So the data that we track with this good Go application is temporal data. So comes in the form of time series, and neural networks in the form of recurrent neural network can, let's say, model more appropriately than, let's say, feed-forward models, let's say, more vanilla models, this kind of relation. So keeping inside the representation that is provided by the recurrent neural network, the information about the previous steps, previous values of the sensor data. So it's a better way to fuse the temporal information. This is why we think that this can be done, and also can be done efficiently, probably also on board the individual phone without going into the cloud, for example. This will be a good challenge for future developments, in my view.
Okay. So you think about temporal not only between tracks, but inside each simple GPS signal between.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's a way, let's say, if you want to filter, considering more information in relation to the temporal aspects of the development of the value of the signals over time.
Okay. I see now there is the original chairman is between us. Vai Antonio. I think now it's time to talk.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, Claudio, for misunderstanding. And as said, I am Antonio Fratelli. I am one of member of the lo schermo intero, condividi audio. You see? You see the presentation? Not yet? Now? No. No. Condividi schermo. Condividi. Okay. Yes. Oh. Okay. I am one of the authors of this presentation, but more important, and one of member of this project. The project named Save My Bike. And Save My Bike is on road, since some years, and the project was improved during time. Okay. The project starts with a platform, framework, and the single cells you can see are related to a precise goal of the project. The project starts with a basic idea. The idea is one side to recognize the bike, to identify the bike. Why you can say that this bike is yours or not. On the other side, there is a sustainable goal. We can incentivize the use of bicycles by rewarding cyclists. Okay. On the side of safety, because a large part of bicycles is stolen but abandoned. We are at a very high percentage in Europe, about 90%, 85% of bicycles are stolen, used 1 day, 2 days, 3 days at more, at most, and then abandoned. And who find the bike don't know which is the owner, and don't know how search for the owner. Okay, the first solution we explored was based on RFID sensors, but the evolution of the concept, the present concept, is based on Bluetooth technology. And Bluetooth technology is more suited for our goals, and it is an enhancement of our search. On the side of discourage bike stolen, bike theft, we use Bluetooth technology to alert mutually bikers, and to alert, obviously, the owner that there is a strange movement on his bike. Okay. Bluetooth is conceived to operate in a network framework, and Bluetooth instead of RFID offer a wider area, a wider control area, and more possibilities. We tested our research, our devices, in a pilot program implemented in city of Livorno, on the northwest of Tuscany in Italy. And now I show you a movie. The movie was considered for displaying a rewarding philosophy. And I apologize, but it's in Italian, but we will improve English in the future. Okay, have you enjoyed it, the movie? Hi, Paul.
Yeah.
Okay. Our awards, sorry, the rewarding methodology, as I said, was tested in Livorno, and it was conceived not only for improving the use of bicycle, but also to improve accessibility of the central city areas. And I say everywhere in Europe, central city areas are forbidden for several types of the vehicles. There are policies of car pricing everywhere. While using bicycle, you avoid charges, parking charges, parking problems, and you also can follow shortcuts due to the fact that any street is good for bicycle in practice. Therefore, in Livorno, we take an agreement with a local commercial organization, and we tested a very rewarding policy in respect to 1,000 of users equipped because the test was performed in 2018. We had 1,000 of participants with the equipped bicycle with the RFID technology. But our goal is to repeat the test in the future using obviously Bluetooth and also comparing before and after obtaining the results. Okay, this was the flyer, an example applied also in other cities now. It's incoming in Pisa, incoming also in Bolzano, and we hope in more cities in the future. Okay, this is a tracking system. There is an app on your smartphone. You can see several screenshots of your smartphone. Statistics, informations, options for type of modes, and so on, also on your path, and different rewards system can apply. Time-based, where you gain credits in respect to the time you use a sustainable or not use a sustainable mode, and obviously the main goal is lowering CO2 emission, pollution. Or you can reward on incremental tiers. Credits are provided on the basis of some indices, some indicators. You use the sustainable mode, you gain credits, but they are activated not on base of time, but registered on the base of some prefixed rules. Or some examples, instead of the TILS methodology, that is an ordinary weekly methodology based on systematic, mainly oriented to systematic mobility. The second type is especially conceived for home to school mobility, and it is also useful or suited for competition, to start competitions between students, the champion of the school, of the high school, using bikes, and so on. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for attention. You can see more details also on the web page of Save My Bike project, and I and Massimiliano are at your disposal for questions. Thank you very much. Any question?
Hello, I have a question.
Okay, Claudio.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. I was wondering if the system does already or will, let's say, support the feature of communication between two different devices. This could be useful, for example, to track the urban mobility. It can be, let's say, slowed down in some part of the city or not, or whatever. It can also give suggestions how to go where the user want to go. I don't know if this is present or contemplated in the development of the app.
Okay, Claudio, this is a good question. We follow also in the past the basic idea that our method, our model, our equipment must be a low-cost technology, because if you spend over to purchase a bike for the system to protect your bicycle, it is a theft on the region, stolen on the region. Sorry, not that. Stolen on the region. And obviously, we are open to new technology, and recently we introduced also new technology on processing data, but we shifted from RFID and Bluetooth technology, for instance. Now the Bluetooth technology appears very interesting for the future. It is based on a common use of smartphone, and not require other side devices. What mean that RFID register data, but on the other side require a reader, which is very expensive if compared to RFID costs, tag cost. I can say that the research is in progress. At the same, similar to any kind of research. But today, I can say also that we are satisfied because we gained very, very interesting results. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Okay, I ask to Lucia to show the program.
Oh, yes.
Yes. I can I make another call for the first presentation scheduled, and Busmante, Perez, Jaime, Romero Montaldo. Are there anybody? First presentation? No. Okay. Now we are just in time to enjoy a meal, and thank you very much, everybody. See you in Pisa, possibly, close to the tower in the forthcoming. Thank you very much. Thank you to Lucia. Thank you to everybody to participate and presented their works in this session. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you to you all. Thank you.
See you. You too.
Bye.
Ok, Lucia, grazie mille, è stata veramente preziosa. L'invito a Pisa va anche per lei.
Grazie, ma ora c'è l'altra sessione sempre presieduta da lei?
Tra 5 minuti.
Sì, ok. Quindi ci rivediamo fra poco.
Sì, vado a bere un bicchiere d'acqua.
Certo.
Ci vediamo tra poco, Lucia. Massimiliano è andato via. Vabbè, ci vediamo tra poco, Lucia, d'accordo. Non spengo niente, a dopo.
Ok.
Ah, Lucia si fa la Z stavolta, eh?
Sì, sono solo 2.
Prima delle 2. Qui presenta Massimiliano, presenta.
Ok.
I nostri colleghi americani non sono certamente venuti. Poi loro, anche se volevano collegarsi, ora se ne luna, quanto c'hanno? 8 ore. Sì.
Sì, 8 ore.
Quindi alle 13 tiriamo giù, sono le 5 del mattino.
Direi che è un po' difficile.
Non li così va bene. Peccato però, io ci vengo volentieri a Cagliari
Dai, l'anno prossimo
la prossima volta.
si replicherà.
Sì, sì, sì. No, vado su a ingegneria per i miei colleghi, amici.
Io in realtà sono lucana,
Ah sì?
sono di Potenza, sì, sto a Potenza.
Eh.
Sì, lavoro con Beniamino
Sembrava la
Morgante.
gente, c'ho un'allieva, si chiama Valeria Zappone, molto brava, avete l'accento simile. Dico, cagliaritani, poi di per lì ci ho fatto tanto peso. Quindi capitata a Cagliari per amore o per lavoro?
No, io lavoro a Potenza, sono dottoranda.
E trasferta, via.
Sì, e il mio tutore è Beniamino Morgante.
Allora sì, sono stato, ora è un po' di tempo che non ci vengo a Potenza, che si scende giù vicino all'ospedale, la facoltà.
Sì.
Sono venuto varie volte all'inizio degli anni 2000, c'era un progetto di ricerca, c'era il professor Di Gangi,
Ah, ok, sì.
ora si è trasferito a Messina, Massimo, mio amico, e quindi eravamo insieme nel progetto. Sì, si vanno a scendere, c'è la bella strada che va all'ospedale.
Sì.
A salire c'è la scorciatoia che sanno un po'. L'ultimo pezzo è da Giro d'Italia a Cima dello no?
Sì, vero.
C'è sempre aperta quella strada lì, che poi si sbuca all'ultimo momento in mezzo alla strada
Sì,
principale.
ora hanno fatto un altro tratto nuovo, quindi una strada un po' migliore.
Migliore.
Sì.
Ho capito. E il professor Petruccelli c'è sempre? Umberto?
Sì.
Non è ancora andato, perché lui è un po' più grande di me, credo, come età.
No, lui è ancora è all'università.
Ma noi ci mandano in pensione a 70 anni, accanimento terapeutico. Il professor Lascasa è andato in pensione.
Sì, lui sì, l'anno scorso.
Sì, poi c'è stato il fatto della moglie. Sì. Bene. Ora, lo dico a Massimiliano, si organizza qualcosa a Pisa, appena riaprono le gabbie, magari qualcosa di pianificazione.
Dal vivo.
Ma un'edizione di Input si fece a Pisa, si fece sì nel 2005,
Ah, ok.
2006?
Non lo so.
Non lo sai. No, si fece, venne il professor Lascasa, venne Massimo, ma a Pisa dopo la torre non c'è più niente, sai Lucia. Il problema è che ci sono pisani.
Ci sono stata l'anno scorso per una summer school a Pisa.
Quale summer school? Quella di cosa?
Sul climate change.
Ma di chi è il professore organizzatore?
Era organizzata da Rosa Saponara, ricercatrice del CNR.
Ma te l'ha lasciata Lorenzo?
Sì.
E qui c'è tutta la roba dei contratti di ricerca di Milano.
Sì. Più ti ha chiamato?
Sì, vabbè, è lo stesso, è una collega di Potenza.
Che ti ha chiamato qualcuno di Pietra Santa al telefono o cellulare di Paola, ha detto che hanno mandato una mail che doveva essere di inaugurazione alla rotatoria per non sapere se viene o meno.
Che ne so. Scusa, Lucia. Domani è 4, sì, ci posso andare.
E ti avranno mandato la mail, guardi la mail.
Ah, mail me la mandano tutti, ultimi tempi.
E poi si va a mangiare.
Grazie. Io c'ho la sessione.
Io c'ho il colloquio.
Tu mangia, no, tu mangi. L'ho detto a mamma. Lucia, siamo solo noi o stanno...
Non vedo nessuno.
Ah, si aspetta, non il quarto d'ora accademico, si aspetta 10 minuti accademici, si va a mangiare anche noi. Tanto, cioè, ora chiamo cosa?
Ok.
Chiamo Massimiliano. No,
Vincenza Torrisi.
Torrisi, sì. Vincenzo di nuovo, buongiorno.
Hi to everyone. Ciao Antonio.
Ciao Massimiliano di nuovo, ciao.
Ora vediamo.
Chiedevo alla Lucia se gli era piaciuto il filmato.
Ah, sì, non si è sentito il video però, il problema è quello lì.
Come non si è visto?
Il video noi non l'abbiamo sentito, no il video, scusa, la musica.
L'audio, sì, solo video.
Quello musichina non lo so perché non tu l'hai sentita, onestamente qui è tutto acceso.
No, vabbè, tranquillo, vabbè, tanto era una musichina che non è niente di che.
Io ho la telecamera e l'audio di Bang e Olufsen. Non mi hanno dato una sola, come dicono a Roma.
E io ti direi di chiedere intanto se ci sono i primi che devono venire oggi.
Stiamo aspettando che si accendano le caselline.
Perché per ora non ci sono, se no si fa noi. Ah no,
sì,
perché,
esatto.
sì, perché loro siccome sono dalla Colombia e hanno si dice, l'orario è molto presto, ecco. Quindi mi avevano chiesto, gli avevo detto che si scambiava in modo, vabbè che sono 10 minuti, in modo tale da farli partecipare un po' più tardi, però...
Allora va bene, passiamo anche quelli di prima che non si sono presentati i primi della sessione precedente.
E quelli non so perché, quelli non so dirti perché.
Quelli sembravano, anche quelli erano cognomi spagnoli.
Sì, però il colombiano è questo qui, perché mi ricordo era Carlos.
Allora siamo a posto. Però ti presenti tu.
Ok, però siamo tutti in italiano, siamo questo chi è fellowship? Vedo un fellow. Vabbè, io presento in inglese, ok?
Siamo solo noi. No, VT è Vincenzo Torrisi.
Ah, è fellowship? Ah, sei te fellowship. Boh, vedevo un... Non ti sei messo l'acronimo? Vabbè, se sento Lucia, se posso iniziare in italiano e poi se si aggiungi qualche straniero, continuo in straniero.
Te puoi iniziare l'italiano se a Lucia gli interessa, se no inizi davvero e si va a mangiare tutti.
No, come inizio? No.
Dai, va bene, vai Massimiliano.
Allora, io condivido lo schermo, allora. Allora, guardiamo qui, condividi, schermo 1, condividi. Quindi adesso dovreste vedere la presentazione.
Sì, si vede Massimiliano.
Perfetto. La vedete aperta? Sta scorrendo, ok.
No, vediamo con la barra laterale.
No, perché me la fa vedere di là. Come si fa nello schermo? Allora aspettate, che vi interrompo la condivisione, devo condividere l'altro schermo. Poi arrivo, condividi. Come si fa a interrompere? Condividi schermo 2. Ok, adesso dovreste vedere la mia mail.
Sì.
Ecco, io quando faccio partire vedere a tutto schermo adesso.
Sì, adesso sì.
Perfetto. Ok, allora, questa presentazione riguarda e analizza quello che è l'impatto e possibili che sta avendo la fase sulla mobilità il virus Covid-19, soprattutto in questa seconda fase in cui abbiamo la possibilità di ritornare sulle strade. E quindi l'impatto, quello che vedremo, diciamo in generale, l'effetto che ha avuto, ed ecco qua alcune sulla mobilità, dove hanno già aperto già da un po' di tempo le strade. In questo caso stiamo vedendo la regione di Wuhan, dove diciamo è partito il virus, almeno sembra sia partito il virus, e poi vedremo alcune azioni, alcuni consigli di azioni sia in generale da fare per adattare l'impatto, per diminuire l'impatto dell'emergenza Covid.
Massimiliano, sorry.
Yes.
But you have to speak in English because we are online on YouTube.
Okay, yes, I remember. So I will start. Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry. No, I agree with you. So I start in English now. This is better. This is a presentation trying to explain, to analyze the possible impact of the second phase of COVID-19, and to analyze, it will be analyze the actual impact in some important region, and after there are some general consideration, and after some experience and the possible regulation coming from Tuscany real application. So we will see now what is happening in Wuhan region before. This is a comparison of the mobility impact of the COVID before and after COVID itself. There is the important point is a great decrease of public transport passengers, both from rail and the road system. You will see that there is from 56% to 24% for bus, and a decrease for an increase of practically of a doubled value of use of private car, and we will this increase of 100% of value is the possible problem in the future of our cities, because now at the moment a lot of people are also always in smart working, so the real impact in Europe and is not all real now, but is not all operative. But in September, for example, when people will re-enter at work, the situation can be the one shown in this slide. Motorization level, also this is an important element, because a lot of people that will not have cars, this is for one passenger behavior case, will buy a car, so will increase also motorization level. So new people in our street, but people that before probably will use public transport. Another aspect of coronavirus is the practically reset of sharing mobility, because sharing mobility will not be safety for the virus. The increase of individual mobility, in this case also bike use, and this is and other type of sustainable individual mobility solution, electric scooter, mini scooter. So this is also a big opportunity for cultural sustainable mobility. Administration, we have an example for in Pisa, instinctively in reaction to the shock due to the mobility blockage and to the pressure of commercial and business owners, want to resume activities and economy quickly. So in sometimes we can activate and increase accessibility system also for cars, suspending, for example, parking rates, pedestrian areas, traffic control, avoid traffic control in urban center. And so this is action not to be adopted in this case, because this action will lead to an increase and acceleration of congestion in our cities. What are possible positive actions? In this case, there are important to develop an emergency mobility network and to study change in urban roads to give light mobility, so pedestrians, cyclists, and the micro mobility more spaces. We will see here an example in the municipality of Milan in Italy with the redesign of streets. But such measure on mobility supply can be applied only in where we have spaces. In feasible and large cities, we will see these emergency networks are developed also in Berlin, in Barcelona, in Paris, but where there are oversized lanes. But if we go in little cities, but very famous, I can see Florence, for example. This is a case of impossibility to use this measure. So what we need to stimulate the use of all sustainable mobility, to stimulate park and rise and park and bus, and in particular intermodal nodes, or in cordon parking areas, to stimulate the use of smart working hours and trips, to avoid rush hour overlaps, so to make a planning of working hours, to stimulate the use of particular transport mode with incentives, to transform and to modify what are the original sharing mobility in rental services. And this is an example in Milan, but also in our reality, share and go company transform and modify the sharing mobility in a real long period rental services, and rethink carpooling at peri-urban level. Carpooling is not BlaBlaCar service type because I cannot enter with people in a car that I don't know, because they can be dangerous for me and safety for emergency for the coronavirus. So we need to rethink also carpooling type, and also public transport, because there is a real problem.
Sorry, Massimiliano, sorry.
Yes.
There is a little problem. Antonio Pratelli, sorry, you have the screen in sharing. You have to interrupt because you see your screen. Antonio.
So until now.
Okay, thank you. No, you see your screen, but in the little button you see the screen of Antonio.
Okay.
But okay, thank you. Sorry.
Not at all. Each company, this is an experience, real experience in Leghorn province, where each company was made a questionnaire, a very well-studied questionnaire to understand the actual travel behavior, timetable, work location, intermediate constraint in home to work trips, and future preference of mobility. And with this is an example, the first imaging of the online questionnaire, and from the questionnaire we develop an online dashboard for mobility manager that give mobility manager all information about real-time information about how many of their workers have developed the questionnaire, how they go to work, and where they live, so to give a very important instrument to mobility manager, and very simple, because we need to think that mobility manager many times are teacher in a school, so they don't have mobility background so deep. This is the example, the questionnaire we collected in Leghorn, about 300 questionnaire involving 16 companies. You will see the use of the modal split used in these all samples, and also the different age classes, indicating that the car was the more used transport mean, where the people are rather 18 age. So people also very possible with more danger and more from COVID. We analyze and extract two types of design lines. The design lines are related to access from suburban territories to urban areas where there is the companies, and dividing these from the design lines that are lines joining origin and destination, so home to work places, location. The design lines, the other group of design lines are urban areas, and so we may make two different analyses. For the extra urban area lines, we found fixed composition carpooling. So carpooling made of workers of the same company, or fixed also if different company fixed people. So with a lot more safety and more less danger for people. You will see the 12 extracted pools regarding a lot of 44 employees. So you see now these pools with the new routes, new distance routes will be not 12 but 24, for example, because if you see the color, there are pool of 5 persons, for example, that in Italy are not legal in this moment. The second cluster of design line apply, you will see the urban design lines in the territory in the north of Leghorn, Rosignano and Cecina in the center, and the Piombino in the south area. We analyze the vehicle with a vehicle routing algorithm to identify fixed public transport journeys, so public transport journeys made of a fixed composition. So to maximize vehicle capacity and provide passenger with the security of always find the same people on the bus. And also this is a very important because the fixed composition both in carpooling or public transport also facilitate the identification of individuals to be quarantined in the event of a contagion of virus. So we know with detail the people who stay in contact with a possible contagious passenger. The analysis starts with some hypotheses and assumptions to have real, applicable, and interesting trips, public transport trips. So route with a time on board less than 30 minutes. Route starts from the depot and load people at the different workspace. Arrival at workspace from 30 to 5 minutes before work entry, departure from 5 to 20 minutes after the access time, constraint of vehicle capacity, taking into account a decrease of about 70% in vehicle due to social distancing. Route constraints due to one-way streets, so there is under a real network, and assumption of vehicle average commercial speed of the bus. This is the result in Piombino municipality, starting with 31 possible users, possible passengers. It was elaborated a public transport service made of 3 different trips, including 27 people, so 87 of total respondents in Piombino. You will see the 3 trips belonging to 3 different work time. In Cecina, for example, Cecina municipality, we analyzed 21 employees of the Collodi primary school. The result individuated 18 passengers that ride to this every day. So also here very from 21 total 18. So we will see that the methodologies applied taking into account the whole sample of respondents to the questionnaire, take about 85% of people can be adjusted in these fixed carpooling public transport fleet. So with a very, very high level of project and safety people that can use public transport or carpooling with real safe conditions. So this is the finish. Thanks.
Thank you, Massimiliano. Any question? Ok. A questo punto siamo rimasti io e te più Lucia e Vincenzo Torrisi. Lucia, Vincenzo Torrisi, mi senti?
It's Vincenzo, I think.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I I turn to English because we are on YouTube, and thank you very much for our participants and presenters, and thank you very much to the Professor Lucia Sanguinetti from Potenza, and I hope to see all again in Pisa in the quarter. And now have a nice meal, and bye bye.
Bye, Antonio, and I think next conference will be better than this. For conditions are not so good. Okay.
Let us enjoy meal.
Ok.
Grazie mille per la preziosa assistenza. Thank you very much for your assistance, and hope to see you again in ICCSA conference or in Pisa. You are welcome anytime.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye bye.